Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. Robert, I see you have been waiting. How are you, my friend? Good to see you. Are the first one here on this live. We got about, man, what a hectic weekend it has been. Um, I enjoyed my Sunday, as you guys actually were with me in my in my street uh, in my street live in Marysville, Washington, and I'm surprised at how many compliments I actually got, to be honest, on the outfit. But you know what? It comes to show that that people actually do like the things that we're doing. And, whether we have a lot of trolling, a lot of people that come in here and just hate on us or whatever, we're not going to really concentrate on them for that issue. But we will continue to tell the truth. I will say this. I am very close to doing some changes over here, and that means that some things are going to be changing on the time frames and the way that I do things. I will probably do a live for members only to tell you what's going on. All right, and let's see. Let me make sure that this is not being blocked. There we go. Okay, that's better. Boom. I bet you guys didn't even notice. You probably did, or you probably didn't notice, or don't give a crap. Either way, let me see. Let me make sure that I got the live here chat so that I can follow with you guys. Man, we got a good one for you today. Let's say Robert, my man, in the house. Jewel Gigi, how are you, Gigi? Thank you for being here. An uncommon woman, of course, is over here representing. Uncommon woman representing. Good to see you, Tanya. Yeah, well, Precious is not too happy with me today, but it's life. That's how it is. Remember, guys, no, nothing is perfect in this world, but I'll say love as long as you're allowed to love, and live for as long as God allows you to live. That is the rules that I live by. You guys like my little necktie? I always like these little things. They're so easy. They just like you, zoop, zoop. Zoom in, zoom out. But yes, my precious is very precious. Man, I want to start off. What do we start off here? First of all, let me give you my opening opinions. Uh, First of all, I wanted to say apologize to you guys, the members, the people that actually support me. I apologize. I didn't go live yesterday. Uh, it might seem like nothing to you, but I had to rearrange a bunch of things in here. I sent Jason Beatrice a picture because he happened to text me early in the afternoon. He texted to the phone that I don't really check unless I am doing lives, and he was telling me how he was so annoyed with all the negative campaign that they were doing on Memorial Day, and I think it's very shameful, to be honest, that television, media outlets, and things like that give themselves into sort of that sort of propaganda, and I told him, I said, you know what, I didn't want to watch anything. I did watch the Memorial Day thing, and I was gonna go and stream it with you guys, but I was doing a bunch of things on here as I was watching it myself. If you guys want to watch that, we can definitely look it up again, and we can play it so that we can pay respects and re-honor our vets and all the people that have sacrificed their lives for us to have the freedoms that we have today. So if you guys want to see that, let me know and just put a chat on there and let me know that you want to watch that live stream from yesterday, and I'll be more than happy. I'll be more than happy. I love watching that stuff, and I don't mind watching it again. Well, most of the stuff that I watch, I do rewatch it with you. But today we have the clips that I have for you today. I haven't watched them. I watched maybe parts of it, but I want to give you my opinions on what's going on right now. I know many people are out there probably frustrated, very frustrated, and I'm okay with that. You should be frustrated. You know, the fact that I love Trump and that I support Trump does not mean that I am just blinded at what he is doing or not doing. The fact is, he is the president, and I trust that the administration that we have supported that also do a good job for him. Now, this is the thing, okay? I think it's very, very ignorant for people to say, oh, voting for Trump and having every Republican do what he says is tribalism. In a way, it is. But you know what? What do you think Democrats are doing? What do you think they're doing? I hate the idea that that people, they like to come at me and say things that they don't understand. For example, if I say that we should vote for President Trump and we should expect President Trump's agenda to be carried out, that doesn't mean that that I'm tribal. That really doesn't. What it means is that we want people to join together and do the agenda that we were promised to be given. And so I believe that every single Republican out there that gets put in office, I believe that the only reason why they're in office is because they are supporting our president. They are supporting the people, and they are supporting what we need to get done in our country. Some people don't understand what that means. Well, here's the thing. One of the things that I always say to people is like, listen, before you come in here and you start judging this and start judging that, what do you have right now in your city, in your state? What do you have? Is the government doing great things for you? If the government is doing great things for you, hey, fantastic. I don't like being dependent on the government, but I do expect the government to take care of the country. For example, one of the things that a lot of people don't like that I stand with is legal immigration. We want to make sure that everything is for American citizens. Now, whether we disagree or agree on what's going on in Iran, we'll get to that. We'll get to that. I'm a little pissed off about Iran because, as much as I love President Trump, okay, I feel that he is being too soft. I understand why he does it. I really do. But it's just frustrating because I want to see things happen right away. You know what I'm saying? Now, that doesn't mean that I am against him. That just means that I am not happy, and that doesn't mean that I don't support him either. That just means that I'm not happy with the way things are going right now. Because, let's be honest, Iran, they don't want to negotiate a peace deal. I'll get into that. But first, let me go ahead and finish what I'm saying. We vote for Republicans. We vote for Congress, Senate. We vote for everybody to be Republican because they're going to support the president that we're voting in. You know what I'm saying? If they're not going to support the president, then why do we have them in office? In a perfect world, okay? It doesn't matter if you voted Republicans or Democrats, okay? If every individual ran for office as an individual, fantastic. But that's not the way it's run. That's not the way it works. The way Democrats work and the way Republicans work, I think Republicans are a little bit more in the middle. The Democrats are just far left. They're gone. They're completely gone. I dare say, they kill Their own Democrats. Literally. Melissa Hartman, one of them. They run on an agenda. Everything the Democrats do is an agenda that is only beneficial for the leftists, for the socialist Democrats. They want to pack the courthouse. They do it here in Washington State. Majority Congress, the Senate, the House, everybody, socialist Democrat. Guess what they do? They pass bills that are against our Constitution of Washington State. They are raising taxes illegally, putting their own regulations, their own policies. They have a specific agenda. Unfortunately, that agenda, it's to destroy our country. It's not healthy. It is a cancer of an agenda. Republicans right now, they are the ones that actually have a good agenda. What's my agenda for today? Well, here we go. What do we want? We want to secure borders. We wanted to stop drug trafficking in here. We don't want new wars, obviously. We don't want new wars. But we will war if we need to. We are not cowards. We're not idiots. And we are not weaklings like most of the socialist Democrats and some rhinos. The agenda is for America first. If you missed my life on Sunday when I was outside enjoying my cigar. The America First agenda, first of all, the people that are on the left, they will never understand what the hell we're talking about. But this is how I start the agenda. We voted for President Trump. They have an agenda. They have policies that we support. We got to get that agenda, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, etc. But it starts with us. When I vote for president, I have a mentality. Okay, listen. Why would I vote for this president? Well, first of all, he's going to do this. He's going to do that. And this is how I put my thoughts together before I go and vote. Hold on. I think we are having yeah. So there is a live coming up. J.D. Vance is going to be speaking here in the White House. J.D. Vance holds a state attorneys general roundtable in anti-fraud initiatives. We will get to it when I finish my point. Let me go ahead and put this on my wall. All right. I vote for President blank. If that president wants to put policies, as long as America comes first, as long as it's for American citizens first, if we have to war, I support him 100%. We had to war against the Brits because they were doing bad things to our people. They were threatening the way of life. They were threatening our wealth because of taxes. We went to war. We went to war against slavery. We went to war against Mexico. We got this country. We got this great country of the United States of America because we are warring nation. You understand? You cannot be successful and be able to help other countries if you are a weak nation, which is what the leftists are doing. You know what's crazy? I'll tell you what's crazy. As a man, if I see a snake, I get scared shitless. I hate snakes. But you know what I don't do? Honey! Oh my God! Oh my God! Honey! What the fudge is wrong with this man? There's like a bunch of pussies on the left. I just don't get that mentality. I don't get it. You can be scared shitless, but you know what? Stand up, man. You got to do something. You don't call for your woman. Unless you're falling and you can't get up. And, well, your wife can pick you up. That's different. But the attitude of the men that I see today, they are such a females. No insults to females. Let me tell you, you females, we don't worship you. We want to fight for our females. We want to protect them. We want to take care of them. Okay? And sometimes they do the same. But what I'm saying is the leftist mentality is like men are cowards. Well, we're not cowards. We're not cowards. Hey, Steve. Oh, watch out. Above and beyond, man. Thank you, brother. Magic Man, how are you? Tanya says, hang in there. You know, if I got my mods in here. Guys, if they're being disrespectful, remember the 3 rules. Do not insult my president. Do not insult anybody on my chat. Do not insult me. Very simple, okay? You can disagree, that's fine. But don't come over here being an asshole. This is my channel. This is my show. Get your own show if you want to be an asshole. Now, with that being said, we have to be real men, and real men know that we have to make sacrifices. We got to stand up and fight when we need to fight. Again, this country is not free because we just lay on our backs and took it. This country is not what it is because we bent over and took it. No. We stood up against evil, and we will continue to do so. With that being said, we need to make sure as citizens respect the laws. Always put Americans first. Our rights, our voting rights belongs to us, the American people, American citizens. It does not belong to foreigners who want to destroy this nation. You understand? You are a fool if you believe that foreigners that want to destroy this nation should be American citizens. The stupidity of those who interpret and have interpreted the American Constitution in that manner. How retarded are these people? Especially in the court, Supreme Court. I will think that these people will have more common sense than me. You're a stupid country if you have a constitution that is made for your enemies to take advantage of you. How retarded. I can't even get that out of my head, man. Just so retarded. But anyways, making America first. Making America great again. It starts with us. We respect immigration laws. Why? Because that is security, national security for our country. Why? Because this makes sure and ensures that we have affordability. This ensures that only people that are allowed to be here are here, working legally. That we have the right amount of people every year coming in. We can't have open borders. It destroys the economy. You might think that having millions of illegal immigrants working is good for the economy. It's not. It's taking away jobs from other people that actually have the right to work here. Number 2, local government, city councils, the mayors. They got to put Americans first. And unfortunately, they put illegal immigrants first. So here's the number 1 reason why Democrats should shut the hell up, and they have no right or reason to judge us for what we're doing. Because they have been fighting against us, trying to support ICE, trying to deport illegal immigrants. They are against Americans. So they don't have a right to ask us, what do you mean America first? It starts with us, number 1. Number 2, the Democrats, the socialist Democrats, they defend gangbangers, illegal immigrants. For Pete's sakes, we went to El Salvador to retrieve an illegal immigrant that belongs in El Salvador. A man known of human trafficking, beating his wife. That's who the Democrats fight for. And then they put innocent citizens in the way. They force them to break the law. And when we enforce it, they criminalize us. They care more about illegal immigrants than they do about American citizens. And that's a fact. Everybody knows it because everybody's seen it. Everybody has experienced it. So we got to hold them accountable. Mayors and governors. When you see them putting illegal immigrants before American citizens, you know there's a problem in that state. It's a fact. And then we can go ahead and take a look at Congress and the Senate for the whole United States of America. Are they helping us? As we voted, we have this democracy, right? We voted. We won. We won. We put President Trump in office. We won. I expect the other side to say, shit, that's not what I wanted, but you guys won. So now we're going to support your agenda. What's going on? What do you got? Well, first of all, we got A, B, C, and D, blah, 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 blah. Get it done. Okay, you got it. That's what I expect from government. That's what I expect for government. President Trump has always put America first. Am I pissed off at Trump? Sure, I am. But I still support him, 100%. So I'll tell you what. I got to go put a little soundproofing blanket on my door because I don't have that much soundproof here. I got some nephews that are going to start crying over here pretty soon. So why don't we go ahead and take a look and start watching the actual live with Vice President J.D. Vance. Let me go ahead and play this for you guys. I'll be back.
Good. Thank you all for being here. Please take a seat. Okay, so what we're going to do is make some introductory remarks from me, from Andrew Ferguson, then from Stephen Miller, and then we'll kick out the press and have the real conversation. But first, let me say thanks to all of you for being here. Very gratified and proud of the fact that we have 15 different state AG offices represented here today who are focused on helping us in combating fraud all over our government. And let me be very brief here about what we're trying to do here. So one of the things we've realized in combating fraud is that the resources of the federal government, while vast, can be supplemented and aided by a lot of the people who know best what's happening in their states, which is the attorneys general represented here today. And they have a lot of legal resources, they have a lot of prosecutorial resources, and of course they have the desire to prevent fraud as much as we do. And so I appreciate these leaders for being here because we're going to work together, state and federal government, to try to combat fraud. I'm particularly gratified here that this is not a partisan effort. I believe we have a couple of representatives from the attorney generals in Connecticut and Oregon. And as I've said repeatedly, this should not be a partisan effort. Everybody should care about fraud. Everybody should care about rooting out fraud. Everybody should care about saving the American taxpayers' money. And importantly, everybody should care about actually protecting the programs that only work and are only properly funded if the money funding those programs isn't being stolen by fraudsters. So let me just recap for the benefit of our friends in the media. In just 2 months, we exposed billions of dollars in benefits that have been stolen from the American people. We've referred over $22 billion in fraudulent small business loans back to the Treasury for collection. We deferred more than $1.3 billion in fraudulent Medicaid reimbursements that were coming from various states, particularly California. We put a 6-month hold on enrollments for new hospice and home health care providers because so many of the newer hospice providers were not actually providing hospice services, but were just focused on fraud. So we're going to cut that out for a little bit and try to get to a place where we can actually certify that the people providing hospice services are actually providing those very necessary and important services. We've recovered taxpayer funds from the $135 billion stolen after the floodgates were open in the immediate aftermath of COVID. We have found $6.3 billion in suspected fraudulent government contracts, which were mostly awarded during the last administration, and that has stopped. And finally, we've blocked $60 million in student aid fraud that should have gone to young people trying to get an education, but instead we're going to fraudsters. And I think the theme here of the Anti-Fraud Task Force up to this point has really been that we're protecting two classes of victims here. We're protecting the American taxpayers who shouldn't have their money stolen by fraudsters, and of course we're protecting the people who need these services. Fraud is not a victimless crime. This is not somebody gets to make some money for violating the law, and otherwise it's not a big deal. This is people who rely on critical services, students who rely on student loan services, sick people who rely on hospice care, a number of small businesses who rely on the availability of these loans so that they can grow their business and hire people. All of these people, all of our fellow Americans have been taken advantage by fraudsters, and the task force is here to stop it. So without further ado, let me kick it over to Andrew Ferguson, who's going to talk a little bit about how we're going to work with these state attorneys general. And it's attorneys general, right? Not attorney generals. It's very counterintuitive. We got to change this. Maybe the group here together, we've got enough of a critical mass of attorneys generals to change it. But Andrew, attorneys general, I'm never going to be able to get that right, and the media, of course, is going to make fun of me for it. Andrew, over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, and welcome to all the state attorneys general. I'm very grateful you've traveled all this way to discuss one of the most pressing problems this nation confronts. When I was Solicitor General of Virginia, I served alongside many of you and fought against the Biden administration to protect our border, our religious liberty, and our right to keep and bear arms. And today we're here to talk about another problem that we need to partner with you to fight that the Obama administration and Biden administration made much worse, which is widespread fraud against our benefits programs. Our benefits programs and our whole society was designed for a high-trust people. The American people rightly expect that their fellow citizens will deal with them and with the government honestly and fairly. That's why for up until the last decade or so, shelves in our grocery stores and our pharmacies were open and readily accessible. We weren't accustomed to seeing security guards outside of banks or jewelry stores. We didn't have to worry about organized retail theft or industrial scale scammers of the type you all protect your citizens from every day, nor did we have to worry about piratical fraudsters raiding our benefits program. But sadly, that is no longer true. It's become clear that huge groups of people in this country are taking advantage of our longstanding culture of trust to enrich themselves at the expense of the American people. I think a brief example would be illustrative. Just this weekend, I was shopping at a big home improvement store to buy a drill to do some home improvement. And I had to hit a call button and wait 15 minutes for a sales associate to come unlock a steel cage and a steel padlock to get access to a drill. It's why deodorant is now locked behind plastic windows at pharmacies. It's why security guards are seen at every store in America. The social trust has evaporated and people are taking advantage of it, and the same is true with our federal benefits programs. Huge segments of the population have decided to take advantage of this generosity and trust of American citizens through deception and fraud, and billions of dollars each year leave our programs into the hands of pirates, fraudsters, scammers, and gangs who treat American generosity as little more than a get-quick-rich scheme. We shouldn't have to live this way. American people are right to long for a period where we could trust each other, but while we are living this way, the government must act now to protect American citizens and their social programs. That is why President Trump has focused on this issue, and that is why the President selected the Vice President of the United States, a man who sits atop the rest of the government to coordinate the entire federal government's efforts to stop fraud in all of our benefits programs. And that requires us to do two things. First, we have to build protections within the programs to make sure taxpayer dollars don't enter the hands of fraudsters. That's what the task force under the Vice President's leadership has been doing for months. With our agency partners, we've uncovered tens of billions of dollars in fraud and prevented billions from going out the door into the pockets of fraudsters. For agencies that had robust anti-fraud systems that the Biden administration turned off, the task force and the agencies have turned them back on and prevented billions of dollars from leaving the agencies. And for the agencies that didn't have those systems, the task force has come alongside them and harnessed the power of American AI innovation to build automated systems to keep that money in the agency. It saves thousands of man-hours every year and billions of dollars that otherwise would exit the agencies and enter the hands of fraudsters. But the second thing we must do, and the reason we brought you all here, is that we must restore deterrence by finding, prosecuting, and punishing fraudsters. Unless fraudsters believe that there will be consequences attached with attacking America's benefits programs, they will keep doing it. Our fraud detection systems will stop much of it, but cannot stop it all. The only way to defeat the fraudsters is by making sure that they know, every single one of them, that if they try to commit fraud, they will be pursued, arrested, prosecuted, and jailed. And that is why the Department of Justice has created the brand new National Fraud Enforcement Division to coordinate the federal government's anti-fraud law enforcement efforts along with the task force and the Homeland Security Council. And this is where you come in. The federal government wants to partner with all of you to combat this fraud. All of you controlled your state Medicaid fraud control units. All of your Medicaid fraud control unit lawyers are on the front line of the war against fraud. It is extremely important that they be effective, ready to fight as much fraud as they can, and that's why HHS will be conducting a thorough review of all of your Medicaid fraud control units to ensure that the nearly $500 million that the American taxpayers give you every year to fight fraud will be used to fight as much fraud as possible. Now, in a moment, the head of the Fraud Division, Assistant Attorney General Colin McDonald, will explain all of the ways that state AGs and DOJ can partner to coordinate and cooperate and put as many fraudsters in jail as possible. But before I close, I just want to remind all of us why this really matters. This isn't just about restoring social trust in America. This is about saving these programs so that your constituents who have paid for them can actually use them when they need them. Fraud is bleeding these programs dry. We've seen countless examples in this task force of Americans trying to use their benefits they've been paying for decades, only to find out that some fraudster has stolen those benefits and they're not available to them anymore. Just last week, the Department of Justice, under Assistant Attorney General McDonald's leadership, indicted 15 fraudsters in Minnesota. There, the fraud had gotten so bad that a major program designed to protect Americans from homelessness, including veterans, had to be shut down. It was so riddled with fraud, it could not be maintained. Your constituents are American citizens paying for these programs. They expect these programs to be there when they need them, and unless we stop the fraud, these programs will not be around in their current form for your constituents to use when they hit hard times, just as they've wanted to make them available for their neighbors in the same circumstances. So I encourage all of you, partner with us, partner with the department, partner with the task force, make your Medicaid fraud control units the elite fraud-fighting forces that they are intended to be. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Deputy Chief of Staff and Homeland Security Advisor, Stephen Miller.
Thank you. And thank you again to the Vice President for leading this effort, for helming this task force, for bringing us all together here. I think you can all agree that this is the fastest in history that a government task force has traveled from creation to action. Your typical lead time is going to be a year of meetings before anything happens, and that's if you're lucky. And within weeks of this task force being established, we've seen the largest ever slate of indictments, recovered funds, search warrants, raids, seizures, investigations, and new legal actions to stop, disrupt, and prevent fraud. What we've learned, which is not surprising to those of us who've spent some time in this area, is that fraud is every bit as bad as President Trump said it was, and even worse. So in other words, everything we found either confirms our worst fears or exceeds them. That's the bad news. The good news is that the best team in government under the leadership of Vice President Vance has been assembled to deal with it. And of course, one of those men who you'll hear from in a second is sitting to my right here, the Associate Attorney General for Fraud Enforcement, Colin McDonald. But before I yield the floor, I do want to just touch on one of the points that Andrew hit on in his remarks. All of the systems in our country, whether you're talking about voting, whether you're talking about entitlements, whether you're talking about welfare, benefits, were set up based on the honor system. They're set up based on the idea that you could trust the average person through their own morality to abide by the rules and comply with the law. And so the way most welfare works in most states and most places is we take your word for it. If you fill out a piece of paper and you say your kids are hungry, you are going to get food stamps. We don't check as a country if you even have kids. The fact is basic as that. We don't even check if you even have children. You will just start getting the checks. And so what's happened to our country is we became a society, as we've seen with the Somali refugee problem in Minnesota, where you have a large number of people that are not following the honor system, they're not playing by the rules, they're not abiding by our laws, and the amount that has been fleeced from us is in the hundreds of billions of dollars. I believe, based on what I've seen and what I've heard, is that we could balance the federal budget if the only dollars that went out of the Treasury went to individuals who were properly, lawfully, correctly eligible to receive them. And that ultimately is going to be what we have to do as a country. In the meantime, because of the Vice President's leadership, you are seeing the most muscular, robust, aggressive, dedicated, determined, and speedy effort to shut down criminal fraud that has not only ever occurred in the history of this country, but in any developed nation. So thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Colin.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. 50 days ago today, Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche announced the creation of the National Fraud Enforcement Division at the Department of Justice. And today, 50 days later, the Fraud Division has announced 450 major fraud events occurring across the country, from charges to convictions to sentences. We are off to a rapid start to protect you, the American taxpayer, and ensure that your dollars stay where they belong, and that is in your pocket. When an individual's money is stolen, that individual takes it personally and does everything they can to recover their money. This task force, under the Vice President's leadership, we are here to take it personally every time someone decides to rob the United States of their money. We are here to take it personally when someone decides to take money from a program designed to give money, food, health care to the needy, the sick, and the elderly. That is what the Fraud Division is here to do. It's to take it personally for you, the United States of America, when your money is stolen. In the last 50 days, our work includes the unprecedented charges against 15 defendants for Medicaid fraud schemes in Minnesota. It includes charges in a $650 million sober homes Medicaid fraud scheme in Arizona. It includes a guilty plea in a $270 million Medicaid fraud scheme in California. Those are just a few of the successes of the Fraud Division and the Department of Justice in the last 50 days. And we're only getting started. This is just the beginning of our fight against fraud, and that's where these partners come into play, because we need your help. Our division is called the National Fraud Enforcement Division for a reason. It's not the Washington, D.C. Fraud Task Force of Justice in the last 50, because the fraud problem is national, and our state partnerships are critical to solving the fraud crisis in our country. So I'm going to give 3 things that our state partners here can do right now today. Number 1, we heard about the Medicaid fraud control units. Re-energize and fully mobilize, fully maximize your state's Medicaid fraud control units. When we're done, we want to rename those into the Making Fraud Completely Unprofitable Unit, MFUCU. These units are your state's and really the country's first line of defense against Medicaid fraud. How many active investigations do they have? How many are ready to be charged? If partnered up with DOJ, how many could be charged in the next 90 days? Under your leadership, the MFUCU units can flourish. Second, join the DOJ's newly launched Special Attorneys Program. This program has unlocked $300 million to combat fraud, drug trafficking, human trafficking, and crimes committed by aliens in your state. This grant program will pay for you to send attorneys to join the Fraud Division or your local U.S. Attorney's Office. In addition to paying the full cost of prosecutors you send the DOJ, you can receive a 20% premium to boost your justice system staffing and capacity. Third, and this is critical, bring your state's investigators and data to the table. For us to bring a case, we need documents, we need witnesses. Bring your documents and bring your witnesses to the table. Don't run with your ball and go home. Come to the table and solve this problem with us. Your state's data, including Medicaid payment and claims records, and the expertise of your investigators are essential to uncovering fraud. We've developed a successful playbook for exploiting this kind of data to prosecute fraudsters. Next week, we'll be on the road to announce a partnership with a state that is leading the way in advancing coordination efforts with the Fraud Division. The State AG and the Mafuku Unit are taking aggressive action against fraud. The State Auditor, the State AG, and county prosecutors will be participating in our Special Attorney program, and the State Treasurer and Secretary of State are joining a statewide benefits fraud task force comprised of federal and state partners, which will be chaired by the U.S. Attorney's Office. And we invite you all to join us in similar efforts. It is our mission to combat fraud, no matter how big, no matter how small, no matter how hard, hold criminals accountable, protect victims of crime, and restore trust in our government. Come join us in the nationwide fight against fraud. We are ready to partner with you.
Thank you, Colin. And let me just leave one final thought here before we dismiss the press and get down to the business of the meeting. So, as Andrew very ably pointed out, these are not victimless crimes. Sometimes the most vulnerable people in our community are the ones who suffer when we don't take fraud seriously. One of the cases that was part of Colin's series of indictments last week in Minnesota stood out to me, and I think highlights how particularly egregious some of these fraudsters can be. And it's a man who was supposed to be providing services to allow elderly people to live full and independent lives. And what happened instead is that the man who was supposed to provide these services, reimbursed by the Medicaid program, was providing nothing. No services, no help, no check-ins, and the very man, the vulnerable elderly man that he was supposed to be protecting and looking after, was reimbursed by the taxpayer in order to do exactly that. That man died. And one day before he died, after months of being neglected by the caretaker who was getting reimbursed by the American people, one day before he died, he submitted his final reimbursement for services he never provided for a man he never cared for. And that man lived his final moments on this earth neglected, while a fraudster got rich by providing services that he never actually provided. That's what we're trying to stop, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we have to fight back against. It's a shame that anything like that happens. But if it does happen, the only way to protect those people and the only way to protect the American taxpayer is to ensure that the fraudsters go to prison and that they stop this ridiculous scam on the American people. So with that, I'm looking forward to the meeting. Thank you, press. We're going to talk in private now. Take care, guys.
Bruh, I'm gonna fire this audio guy. You know what? And the best lines come out when I'm muted. That's the problem. I know all the leftists, they love it when I'm muted because I can't tell them the truth. Robert, I kill you, fool! I kill you! Oh, man. Anyways, this is what I expect by putting America first, American citizens first, even if they had to fight against American citizens. Those who are not law-abiding, they got to get punished. I think we gotta get rid of the gangbangers. Listen, it's not a funny thing. It's not a good thing. We need to fight even wars here, domestically, internally. I will say this, man, if somebody wants to go and play gangster, their ass needs to be in jail so that they stop playing stupid games. It is not funny. It's not cool. Leave that shit for the movies. Listen, I know some people, and I go off on them, and I say, why you do that? Come on, man. So anyway, at least we know J.D. Vance and the people are actually, and the administration are actually going against fraudsters. It's a start. If we didn't have to worry and fight socialist Democrats, we can tackle a lot of things. Brian, what's up? Oh, man. We need to start having, I don't know what you guys think, but I want to see that. I want to see our government go out there and raiding communities that are ghetto. Just go raid. Grab all the FBIs, grab DHS, grab everybody. And just go through these gang, infested communities and clean up house. I don't care if they're black. Put their ass in jail. I don't care if they're Hispanic. Put their ass in jail. If you want to do the crime, you got to be willing to do the time. And I'm going to tell you something. Listen, I'm going to play a clip. I'm going to play a clip from, I was going to play something different first, but I feel I should play this first. Now, this is from Anton Daniels. I like this brother. He has common sense. And, he does some reactions to videos. Now, I'm going to share this video. And what I want you to understand is that if you are on the left side, let me tell you something. You're on the wrong side. You truly are on the wrong side. And it's not just illegal immigrants. I don't know where this guy's from. I am going to assume that this white man, it's an American citizen. Maybe not. But listen to this disgusting guy. But this is the mentality of the leftist man. I want you to understand something. The moment that you give in to this whole thing about us men and women, we are the same, as in sexually the same, you are just screwed in the head. Transgenderism has done this. This whole LGBTQ movement has done this. Man, mostly on the left side, are a bunch of pussies. These guys, I'd rather have a woman fight next to me than one of these idiots. It is crazy. Listen to this. I can't believe that this guy is that stupid. But take a listen to this. Well, first of all, let me make sure I line them up for you. Watch this. This is crazy.
At what point does it become okay to say we need to kill these people because otherwise they're going to kill us? At what point does it become okay to say that? Because I'm getting real frustrated making $80,000 a year and at any given time having like $30 to work with, dude. I have a child that I need to feed and take care of and provide a future for. At what point do we get to say that we need to kill these people, man? Because that's what they're trying to do to us. It's only self-defense at that point, man. We are getting to a point where anything that we decide to do is only self-defense. These people, man, they don't give a about us, dude. They're gonna let us die, and they're gonna do it real slow too. These people, dude. these Epstein class people, dude. They'll be like,
Did you hear that? Two things. Two things that I noticed. Rich. The Socialist Democrats' agenda hate the rich. Rich, 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 rich. Their fault. Their problem. They are the bad people. Rich, rich, rich. This guy's a criminal. What's the second thing? Anybody, put it in the chat. What is the second thing that you notice from this guy? What's the second thing that you notice from this guy? Put it on the chat. He definitely needs Jesus. But what did you see on there? $80,000, guys. $80,000. I don't know where he lives. $80,000, that's a livable wage. If you don't know how to keep a budget, I get it. That's right, Magic Man. Epstein files, right? How much has the socialists, the leftist socialists, how much have they been pushing the Epstein files? Think about this. This is just, I'm not even going to blame COVID. But listen, rich people are bad. It's making $80,000 a year. This one guy, $80,000 a year, and you don't know how to make end. What? What kind of budget do you have, my friend? Why are you living above your means? Why don't you go be rich? Stop making excuses of why you're not rich. I'm probably going to end up shutting down this channel if I need to go and get another job. It is what it is. If you're not making enough money where you're at, after some time, you got to be able to make a decision. It is crazy that you're making $80,000 a year and you think that is not enough to live on. You're not going to live in rich. You're not going to be having no $10,000 vacations. I get it. But you still have a roof over your head. You still got food on the table. And the victimhood mentality, the socialist Democrats have been playing over and over and over. Epstein, Epstein, Epstein. Why do you think I don't give a shit about the Epstein files? This is just a propaganda. It's just a propaganda that plays on the emotion of people, and this is why we're fighting. This is why we argue with each other. Epstein files and rich people. I can't believe that is the biggest problems in your life. Epstein files and rich people. Shut the hell up. Bunch of betas. I like that, Brian. Beta man. I just don't get it. It's like they have been indoctrinated by the Marxist Democrats into believing that rich people and the Epstein files, it's your problem. That is the problem. But the problem is made up by the socialist Democrat. I keep telling you guys, the Democrat Party does not exist. They killed it. They killed the Democratic Party. These, as the Muslim says, these are infidels. These are Marxist, communist, socialists that call themselves Democrats. Do you know why they call themselves Democrats? It's just a brand. Democrat is just a brand. It's just like me and you. We go and buy. We go to the store. We got 2 jeans. Made exactly the same way with the same material, everything. But you put a Levi sign on yours. And then I put a Wrangler one on mine. And then we fight with the brand. But the jeans are still the same. So the best way for our enemy to fight against us has to steal the Democrats' party name. They chose the wrong one to steal, I tell you that. They're the party of the racist. They're the party of the KKK. They're the party for slavery. They are the only party that still believe that black people are ignorant. They go around every day in their heads calling them the N-word. Ding, 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 ding. All day long. Every time they see a black man. Ding, 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 ding. That's it. That's all they see. You know what I see when I see a black man? What's going on, brother? Bam, bam. There is no ignorance. There is no, you don't know what, you don't have any, you're ignorant. There's none of that. We can hang out. Now, some of them act like a fool because they have their own little, ghetto-ness to it. I get it. We all have stupid ghetto-ness to ourselves. In our own way. We all got a little bit of ghetto in us. But I tell you, the socialist Democrats, they really go around looking at black people as if they really are stupid people. I kid you not. Well, some of them, some of them really act like it, but I get it. And unfortunately, stupidity does multiply. I see that amongst white people too, though. So I'm just saying. What I'm saying is, I don't see a black man saying, I'm unable to get an ID to vote. I'm still living in Jim Crow era. Jim Crow. Shut the hell up. Jim Crow. Thanks to Democrats, you have Jim Crow. Wake your ass up. And I'm telling you, man, the black men and the black women that Trump has put in office, it's not because they're black. It's not because they're females. It's because they know how to do their job. It's no DEI hires. And if they don't perform, you're fired. And that is exactly what we need to do with rhinos. If a Democrat is not working, fire them. Vote for somebody else. If a rhino is not a Republican because you wanted a Republican to support President Trump's agenda, fire them. Marjorie Taylor Greene. She has turned a 180. She is the farthest left, stupidest, ignorant person that I can think of right now. And I am sorry to say it, but that horse face that she has annoys me. It just pisses me off. Listen, I hope that I'm some sort of nice guy to you. Because when you have an ugly face, I need all the nicest that I can out of me. I get it. Right now, I'm probably looking like the ugliest man in the world. All I got is a couple of dimples to go on. That's it. That's all I got. A couple of dimples to go on. But I'm just saying, she was yelling and just rooting for Trump and everything, and she fell for it. Epstein Files. She fell for it. Epstein Files. Just like a bunch of people that even though they don't have the complications of real poor people have, they blame the rich. Just like this guy that we're listening to right now. I live in an America that when I say the United States of America, I don't see white people. I see all cultures and ethnicities mixed into one pot. And if you're white and you don't want to mix with black, good for you. I want to see some beautiful white women. White women are beautiful. Hispanic women are beautiful. Black women are beautiful. So what? Stop trying to mix everybody. Allow some race purity if you want that. I think it's fantastic when I see a redhead Irish woman. I love their accent, by the way. Irish women who are strong. Some sexy women. All kinds of different shades and colors and freckle and freckleless and red and brown hair and blonde hair and dirty blonde and black hair. Beautiful. Enjoy it. Stop trying to destroy that with hate. Man, where do we fall in America? Don't be this guy. Don't be this guy.
Lucky if we don't torture them, man. They'll be lucky. Because I'm getting to a point, man, where I can't do it anymore, and I'm on track to make $6,700 for the month, dude. How the am I gonna average out at about $7K for the month, and I can't afford? I'm coming to my bank to yell at people right now. What the going on here? You Epstein class mother. Bullets are about to fly. It's coming. I'm about to start purchasing firearms, man. Not even kidding with you.
I don't think that we should take this lightly. If anybody, and of course I always like to give credit regardless of whether I agree or not. So if anybody actually knows this guy, first things first, be very, very careful. Second thing is you probably need to alert the authorities in the area, because if anybody is going into a bank to complain about the fact that they make $80,000 a year, he's about to clear close to $7,000 a month, and he's sitting here talking about he needs to eliminate people because he has a kid. The first thing that I'm thinking of is, who is laying down with this guy in order to procreate? Who is allowing for this guy to impregnate them and have a child by them? Secondly, is this behavior something that y'all have noticed before? Because again, I'm perplexed right now because I've never seen so many white people complaining. And I am an equal accountability smoke giver. I am also a heavy supporter of character, and I align with people based off of that alone, and I don't run in the victim Olympics when it comes to race. But the reality and the truth is that I've seen true poverty. I've seen a recession in '08. This ain't it. And crashing out over this?
At what point does it become okay to...
It's crazy. Pink J, who is suppressing your vote? let me tell you something. Who is suppressing your vote? Are you saying that you're against voter ID? Go ahead and put it in the chat. I'll give you a chance before I go off. Oh, you better put something nice on the chat before I go off. Who in here believes that the Save America Act is suppressing your vote? Put a 1 on the chat if you feel that it's suppressing your vote. Oh boy. Oh boy, if you come into this show, you better be ready to hear it. You better listen and listen good. Otherwise, you're going to get tore up. You're going to get tore up. Thank you, Mr. Anton Daniels. Appreciate your sharing that information. Yeah, so, all right. Now, here we go. Let me tell you something. Now, I can tell that you're a black man or a black woman. Hi, a little bit. Let me tell you something. Did they say all black people need to show voter ID? If they did that, even if they did that, I still don't think they're suppressing your vote. But they didn't do that anyway. The Save America Act is for everybody. Everybody to have an ID. Who doesn't have an ID? If you drive, you better have a license. If you want a bank account, you better have an ID at least. You got to have a birth certificate to prove that you're an American citizen. You want to go buy alcohol, you need an ID. So again, the ignorance of the people, just because they are loyalist to their blue party, they think that they are a victim. They think they're being suppressed. Little bit, 100%, all people need to show ID. No matter what skin shade of color you have. That's not suppressing your vote. Are you telling me that you are a useless citizen to this country? How useless are you that you can't make the sacrifice to, even if you don't have an ID, which I will just not believe that you don't have an ID and a birth certificate that shows that you're an American citizen. If you're married and haven't changed your last name, if you can't afford a passport, are you shitting me? Can you afford to smoke every day, every week? Can you afford to buy alcohol? Don't put excuses up. How important it is for you to protect this country. Is it worth saving some money? How old are you? Are you 50 years old like myself? Will be here in a few weeks. Are you 70? Are you 80? You're going to tell me that in the life that you have had, you have not been able to save some fucking money to buy a freaking ID? Who's suppressing who? You're suppressing yourself by playing a victim. You are your worst enemy. You're suppressing yourself. You've fallen into the system of slavery where you still believe that you are useless. You're stuck on the Democrat slavery system that believes that you can't be independent. Making an excuse. You go to court and get a marriage certificate. You go to the DMV and change that last name. You don't have to change your last name anyways. Excuses. Betas make excuses. Illegal immigrants are better than people like you, Pinky. Let me tell you something. Thank you, Don. Love you too, bro. Hey, I'm still looking forward to the barbecue. It doesn't have to wait. Don't wait too long. You know me, I like to eat. You know what I'm saying? I ain't fat for no reason. Love you, Don. Man, I just want to know, how useless are you? Let me tell you the most basic story. For even illegal immigrants, this is what I'm talking about. I want illegal immigrants to be citizens and get rid of all these useless Americans. What a waste of space. Illegal immigrants, they go and they sell their house. They sell their property to make some money, to pay some coyote, to come into this country illegally. Best example I can give you, you useless Americans. You garbage Americans. Shame on you. Shame on all of you. Illegal immigrants walked for thousands of miles to come into this country illegally in pursuit of a dream. And you're going to tell me that you're such a useless American citizen that can't even get a damn voting ID? Go walk 1,000 miles and come back and say, I can't afford an ID, and you got me. Don't make excuses. I have a citizenship, dummy. The ignorance of people. Oh, man. Just. Let me see here. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. I got my white privilege card right here. Bam! I'm gonna keep it here, just handy, just for you. Yeah, Tubby. You like that, Mega Tubby? Man, the fact, that's right, baby. No excuse to not support voter ID. Oh man, they want to make fun of me because I'm a migrant. Almost 4 decades in this country, not one day illegal. That's right, eat your heart out. And speaking of, since you brought the illegal immigration thing, well, technically I did. Thank you, Mr. Mikey. I appreciate that. Super. Don't think I didn't I didn't see it. I see you, brother. Thank you guys for that support. I'm gonna tell you, the socialist Democrats are losing their heads right now. I love this. I love this. It should always have been like this. In order for you to apply for a green card, you got to go back to your country. Absolutely, 100% I support that. Let me tell you something. If you're not a permanent resident, you can only stay up to 3, maybe 6 months in this country. Let me be clear. If you have a working visa permit, you are only here for a season, and you got to go back to your country. If you want to apply for a green card, and you have a working permit here, you have to have your residency in your country. You can still come over here and work and do your thing, but you got to leave the country. You cannot stay here. I know a lot of you Americans got your little big booty Latina, got you Filipina, because the Filipinas love the old white man. I got you. You want your Filipina to be here in this country. Well, guess what? You really love her, send her back to her country. As a matter of fact, you're an American citizen. Get your ass over there. Live with her in the Philippines until she gets her citizenship. Well, green card. And then come back to the States. Think about it. You got to make the sacrifice, man. Becoming an American citizen is a privilege. Having a green card is a privilege. The logic of some of the people in this country is, it's not fair that they have to leave the country. It's not just Democrats. It's not fair that they have to leave the country to apply for a green card. Well, wait a minute. Why? Well, because it can take 5, 10 years. Okay. And? Are they here illegally? They gotta be. How are they working if they're not residents? There's a lot of questions that come up. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of questions that come up. A lot of questions and concerns are legit. But the fact is, just because you apply for asylum, for a green card, doesn't allow you automatic access to the privilege of being in this country and work. Working is a privilege. I know. Shit, who knew? Who knew that working was a privilege? Damn, I missed that. Somewhere along the line, I missed it. I didn't know. Oh boy. Anybody that's crying about voter ID just looking for a reason to be a victim and excuse not to get off their ass. All right, Big Floyd, I'm going to make you an admin so that Streamlabs doesn't bug you. That was a true statement. This is why the leftist Democrats, they don't like me. Because I am an immigrant. They can play that bullshit with me. Sure, some people will come in here and hate and say, oh, what a sellout. What a traitor. Sellout to who? Who are you? What have you done for me? How am I a sellout to you? What oath did I make for you? What deal did we make that I betrayed you? Tell me, what benefit do you provide for me and my family that I'm a traitor to you, illegal immigrants? What have you done for me? Nothing, exactly. But those of you who are Americans, and actually, you become members of my channel simply for the one reason, to help me monetarily. And I appreciate that. I respect that. Now let me pin a comment on here. There. If I read your comment, that's on me. I give freebies all the time. Okay? Now, my members have given me super chats. They don't need to because they're my members. They're highlighted. Hey, I support the coffee fund. I need to go to the store and get some. I haven't gone. Yesterday it was closed by the time I got up to do something. But anyway, everything I tell you is true. It is a fact. Anybody that feels that their vote is being oppressed by asking for an ID and a birth certificate, it's a weak-ass excuse. You are your own worst enemy. Why does the law have to be hard and respected for people with goodwill but not be respected by our leaders? How are we supposed to be a serious country? Now, which leaders are you talking about? Because I agree that we should hold our leaders accountable. Every blue state, for some reason, they just happen to be blue, right? They are taxed the shit out of their citizens, of the people in their state. That's not a joke. That is true. Highest regulations, highest taxes, worse affordable housing. They are just incompetent. Now, for those of you who like to come in and say, oh my God, gas prices. Gas is so expensive. Well, even Gavin Newsom has to agree with me. There is price gouging out there from some gas stations. They have been doing this so bad, even Gavin Newsom is actually throwing a fit about it himself. I thought it was Trump's fault, but Gavin Newsom said it's not Trump's fault. It's his fault in the price gouging gas stations. Woo! Yo, go make me look up. No. Sorry about that. Let's go ahead and go into our first Fox break-in here from earlier. Go ahead. You guys go ahead.
The U.S. launching what it calls self-defense strikes in Iran. A senior official tells Fox the strikes targeted boats laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz, as well as a surface-to-air missile site.
So all this is talks to end the war taking place in Qatar. President Trump saying the negotiations are proceeding nicely. And overnight, the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who was flying and traveling a lot over the Memorial weekend, said the following on board his plane.
I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. But this is, it's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
So now, Alex Hoff reports from the White House. Senator Dave McCormick is on deck with reaction. But we begin with the reporting from Trey Yingst. He is live in Tel Aviv to get us update on where we are today and really what happened over the long weekend. Trey, hello to you.
Yeah, hey, Bill, good morning. Overnight, the United States conducted airstrikes against southern Iran near the Strait of Hormuz and the city of Bandar Abbas. According to U.S. Central Command, these strikes were defensive in nature and went after the mine-laying vessels around this area, along with the surface-to-air missile position. These were the first U.S. strikes that have targeted Iran since early May. The strikes do come amid the backdrop of an ongoing diplomatic effort to reach an agreement between Iran and the United States. Overnight, President Trump laid out a serious condition, saying on Truth Social, the enriched uranium nuclear dust will either be immediately turned over to the United States to be brought home and destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordination with the Islamic Republic of Iran, destroyed in place or at another acceptable location, with the Atomic Energy Commission or its equivalent being witness to this process and event. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Now, a regional intelligence official told Fox News no less important is the dismantlement of Iran's enrichment facilities. That way, not only will Iran not have enriched material, they also won't have the means to enrich more. The key to preventing Iran from getting its hands on a nuclear weapon is taking the bullets, but also taking the gun itself. The other key issue has to do with the Strait of Hormuz. Secretary of State Marco Rubio reiterated the Trump administration position on this critical waterway during a gaggle today.
The straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful, it's illegal, it's unsustainable for the world, it's unacceptable. That cannot happen. The straits need to be open, unimpeded, without tolls. And obviously that needs to happen immediately as soon as anything.
We're also tracking developments in the conflict between Israel and Iran's largest proxy, Hezbollah. The Israelis have vowed to ramp up strikes on the group amid ongoing drone and rocket attacks launched from southern Lebanon.
I want to bless the residents of the North's resilience that inspires all of us. But what this requires of us now is to increase the blows, to increase the intensity. We will smite them with overwhelming force.
A regional source told Fox News later this week additional talks will take place between the Israeli and Lebanese governments aimed at increasing diplomatic ties between the two countries and disarming Hezbollah. Bill?
Trey, thanks. Nice to see you leading our coverage on a Tuesday. Tel Aviv. Thank you. Dana?
Now to the White House. Alexandria Hoff live on the North Lawn for us. Good morning, Alex.
Well, good morning to you. As it was already mentioned, the president said that these negotiations are proceeding nicely, with the focus still centering around the so-called nuclear dust being removed from Iran. But there's also this broader regional framework that's being introduced in all of this. On Saturday, the president had a conference call with 8 Arab nation leaders. He followed up with a Truth Social post writing this. I stated that after all the work done by the United States to try to pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all of these countries at a minimum simultaneously sign on to the Abraham Accords. Now, the UAE and Bahrain, they were a part of that call. They're already members of the U.S.-backed effort to normalize relations with Israel. And the president acknowledges that 1 or 2 of the nations may have reasons for not being able to do so, but that most others should be ready and willing. Senator Lindsey Graham called the proposal requiring the agreement be expanded simply brilliant and, quote, would result in the most significant change in the Middle East in thousands of years. But at the same time, the emerging deal is drawing some criticism from several other Republicans. Senator Ted Cruz says he is deeply concerned. Axios reporting that the draft proposal also includes a 60-day ceasefire. For that, Armed Services Chairman Senator Roger Wicker posting the rumored 60-day ceasefire with the belief that Iran will ever engage in good faith would be a disaster. Everything accomplished by Operation Epic Fury would be for naught. And right now, President Trump, he's actually at Walter Reed Medical Center. The White House says he's due for his annual medical and dental evaluation. So that's where he is now. He's going to be arriving back at the White House soon. Guys.
Okay. Thank you, Alex.
Senator Dave McCormick, combat veteran, Republican out of Pennsylvania, serves on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Thanks for coming back, Senator. It's good to see you on this Tuesday morning. Trying to follow this all weekend, frankly, it wasn't easy. I imagine on the inner circle of the inner circle, only a few people really know what is happening and what the status is. However, it appears that we are about to engage in a prolonged ceasefire with prolonged negotiations on every aspect of the strait, the nuclear program, sanctions relief, and money to Iran. How do you see it?
Well, I think the president's been very clear, and I've supported these objectives from day one, where Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon or a path to a nuclear weapon. We have to get rid of its ability to terrorize its neighbor with ballistic missiles, and the strait has to be open. And so those are the conditions that have to be met for any deal to work. And any negotiation or any process that relies on the good faith and the integrity of the Iranian negotiators, I think we should view with some skepticism. So I think the president's been very clear on this. Secretary Rubio is very clear on this. And the Iranians have a choice. They can choose a path to prosperity for the Persian people, one of the great civilizations that's been run by radicals for 50 years, or we're going to have to go back to the drawing board and put additional pressure with military force, but they can't have a path to a nuclear weapon, period.
One of the radicals that you mentioned saying that it might be better for them not to even deal with us. Watch here.
The president should have stuck with his campaign pledges, no wars, and focus on bringing down prices. And of course, he's done the opposite. Prices are going up, interest rates are going up, and we're mired in this conflict with Iran. It sounds to me like what this agreement will do is take us back really to the pre-war status quo.
All right, Senator, obviously that was not the Iranian, that was Senator Van.
Hey, Robert, you see that? Even Fox News, the guys that are making millions of dollars, even they have problems with audio and video clips, not just the Dennis Herrera show. So there's that.
Holland, I'll get you to talk about that in condition.
But he actually does sound like an Iranian leader. He's a terrorist supporter.
In addition to this is actually the Iranian.
It is better not to have an agreement. Let us continue on our own path. The politicians should make decisions in their think tanks and not pay any attention to America and their agreements at all, because they really go back on all their agreements. This has been clear during this period.
Okay, so again, let me just make clear. That was a resident of Tehran. That's what he's saying. We also had the United States Senator saying that the president is not.
Just because I make the mistakes that they make, it doesn't mean that I work for them. If I did, I'd be making some good money. I wouldn't be talking about going and trying to get another job and probably shutting down this show. Just saying.
Not even meeting his own goals that he set out. So there is the policy and the principles that you just laid out, but tell me a little bit about the politics and what did you hear over Memorial Day weekend from your constituents in Pennsylvania that are dealing with higher gas prices and wondering when or if this is going to end in a good way?
Well, the president didn't get to choose when he was going to take this action. It was essentially the result of a growing risk from Iran, and unfortunately, past presidents hadn't dealt with it, and this needed to be dealt with. So I applaud him for having the strength to do that. From a political perspective, I think we all agree, including the president, that it would be best to get in and out as soon as possible. There's no doubt that folks in Pennsylvania are feeling the pressure of gas prices going up by about $1.25, and that's putting real pressure on working families. But the alternative of Iran with a nuclear weapon that could threaten America or its kids, which was very likely to happen under President Trump's regime, his administration, if we hadn't taken action, I think is an unacceptable alternative for anybody. And so I think that's the situation we're in. And I know the president's very committed to trying to bring an end to this as soon as possible. We all are.
So this popped up on Monday. Talk about go big or go home, talking about the Abraham Accords and invitations for several other countries. Here's how it read. He said, I stated that after all the work done by the U.S. to try and pull this very complex puzzle together, it should be mandatory that all these countries at a minimum simultaneously sign on the Abraham Accords. Those countries discussed: Saudi Arabia, the UAE, already a member, Qatar, Pakistan, Turkey, Egypt, Jordan, and Bahrain, already a member. Is this doable today?
Well, listen, this I think would be a great idea. We've been talking about phase 2 of the Abraham Accords for some time. And what's happening here is the United States is really taking on the biggest source of instability in the Middle East, doing a great service to the world, but also to the Gulf countries there. We've seen what Iran is really like. It's attacked its neighbors. Just yesterday was mining the Strait of Hormuz. So I do think that a step where there be an agreement on the Abraham Accords phase 2 would be a fabulous step, and I think it's one that the president should push on and that our good friends in the Gulf should adhere to and step into. I think it's a great idea.
Just one last question. Marco Rubio said the Strait of Hormuz must be opened one way or another. Do you agree, and what would be the other?
Well, I absolutely agree. We've got incredible assets in the region, and we've already made headway in creating a corridor. So we're going to have to use the military to open up the strait and give assurance to commercial vessels. We have the capability to do that. It won't be easy, but that's ultimately the hard way. The easy way would be for Iran to pursue a path of peace and prosperity and to give up its path to a nuclear weapon. And I'm hoping they'll do that, but we should view the people we're dealing with skepticism. They've lied to us for 50 years. They lied to us yesterday by mining in the Strait of Hormuz. So we should view these guys with skepticism.
Okay, seems like we got a ways to go. Senator, thank you for your time today.
Great to see
Instant
you.
reaction there. General Jack.
Let me be straight with you. Whether you want to be a religious, whether you believe in God or not, you guys mentioned Israel in here. You guys have no idea how grateful you should be. You should be very grateful that Israel is doing what they're doing. You guys are here in America. We're a little bit too entitled. We forgot war. We forgot Independence Day. We forgot Memorial Day. We forgot our vets that died for this country. We forgot about the American Revolution War. We forgot Civil War 100th. You guys forgot about the Mexican-American War. You guys forgot about so many wars, so many deaths, so much blood spilled on this nation. You guys forgot about everything that should have taught you to be a survivor today. Peace for too long apparently makes weak-ass man. Man acting like women. Some of us are still old school. Now, let me tell you why you should be grateful that Israel is our friend and ally. One thing that most people, and I can guarantee, I have not heard anybody anywhere say what I'm about to tell you right now. If they have, I haven't heard it. Israel knows something that you don't know. Israel knows these terrorists face to face. They know more about the terrorizing of Islam than any of us do here on this side of the hemisphere. And I'm going to tell you right now, you should be grateful to Israel because they are looking like the bad people right now, but they are taking it to the beast themselves. You heard the report. most people think that we are going to win this with diplomacy. And I'm sorry to bust your bubble. But if we reach diplomacy agreement, it's only going to be temporary peace. They will never surrender. They will pretend to surrender, but they're not going to surrender. They're buying time. They're waiting for shipments of weapons. You think Russia is staying out of it? Please. I heard they're replenishing their anti-air missiles supplies. I don't care what the president or the administration says. They have an agenda, and I support it 100%. But my opinion is my own. I think President Trump is being a fool if he believes that diplomacy is going to guarantee peace for America. You can't bargain or negotiate with terrorists who live to die. Do you understand? They live to die. If, and this is a huge if, and the reason why it will never happen. If Iran, and I'm not talking about the Iranians that are fantastic and phenomenal, the ones we love that are against the Iranian regime. If Iran and its terrorist Islamist people give up and surrender to the United States of America, listen to me. Whether you believe in God, whether you're religious or not, it is irrelevant. Let me tell you something. They will not surrender. They will not stop. Do you understand? They will not stop. A lot of the foolish Americans, the gullible, the naive people, until they see that missile coming down to land on their head, they won't believe what we've been telling them all along. Listen, we know the truth. The United States of America, it is a Judeo-Christian nation. I don't care who likes it or doesn't. It's irrelevant. But that is a fact. With that being said, you got to look at the bigger picture. It is an antifada. Do you understand? It is a Christians versus Muslims. There's no other way to look at it. You can think whatever you want. You might unmember, unsubscribe, unfriend me. You might disagree with me 100%, but this is a religious war that we have entered. The Iranian regime are Muslims. And they're not the nice ones. They're not the nice ones. They're not the stupid ones that believe that Islam is a true spiritual religion. If they give up, listen to me, which is how I know they won't. If they give up, let me just tell you this. There's two reasons. There's two reasons why Muslims go to Christian countries. Some of them are fake Muslims. They're infidels. They're naive and they really believe that Islam, oh my God, is such a spiritual, peaceful. No, it's not. Bullshit. It's not. But some of them might believe that it is a true, spiritual, good, peaceful religion. There are billions of Muslims throughout the world. I heard about 300 million are bad. Those 300 million will bring the world to its knees, if allowed. And the battle for Christians and non-Christians becomes harder because not only do we have to fight against the actual enemy, we have to fight against the naive and gullible people. If their Muslim God is so great, why are they trying to live in Christian countries? One answer is obvious. They want to conquer Christian nations and make them Muslims. You're stupid if you don't see that. But the main reason why Iran is not going to give up, it's because, one, we have already proven that the Christian God, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, it's truly Jehovah Jireh, God our provider, is the true, potent, omnipotent God, the only true God, because of the prosperity and the power that we have acquired in this nation, which again was founded under Judeo-Christian values. The Constitution of the United States of America was written under these values, under these beliefs. If Iran gives up, they will truly, I hope you're with me, they will truly be admitting that their God is a fake God and that the God of the Christians is the true God. Do you understand how damaging that would be for them? See, most people, they think, oh, I don't believe in God. Shut the hell up. I don't give a shit if you believe in God or not. But thanks to us, thanks to Christians, thanks to those of us who believe, your sorry ass will be taken care of as well. That's right. I don't use the nice little words that Christians will probably use. And I don't take the bullshit that most Christians will take from you. I'm not that kind of Christian. You see, you want to know what kind of Christian I am? Let me tell you what kind of Christian I am. I'm an unapologetic Christian. While you might go and look for golden crowns and all this jewelry and all these beautiful treasures in heaven, I don't give a shit about those treasures. I don't want treasures. All I want is for God to say to me, well done, good and faithful. What do I give a shit about golden streets? I'm immortal with God. There will be no more pain. You know how many decades I have lived with pain? I'm sick of it. So I don't give a shit about treasures in heaven. I will never be tired. I will never go hungry. I can run. I will never be fatigued. I won't have painful memories. There will be no more suffering. What the hell do I care about any treasures in heaven? I don't care. Everything that God has, we already enjoy anyway. So why would I care about being nice to those who hate us? What do I care about holding my tongue against those who want to judge me just to hurt me or destroy my family? I don't give a shit what you think about my Christianity. I just want to be in his presence. I want to go back where I belong. I got to find my way back. Some of you forgotten what it's like to be that close to God. My spirit longs to be back with him. I don't give a shit what you believe. God is real. The Bible was inspired by God so that we can have a perfect life in a very imperfect and sinful world. People that come over here and fight politics, but they don't even know what the hell they're fighting for. Christians saying they used to be Christians and now they're agnostic because they read something on the Bible that they don't understand. I wish more people remember what it's like to be close to God. You know, when we're born onto this world, the first thing that we do, somebody tell me, what is the first thing that we do when we come into this world? Somebody go ahead and put that on the chat. What is the first thing that every single human does when they are born into this world? Give me one thing. Israel is not the country, it's the people. Give me one thing that we do as humans when we come into this world. Number one, breathe. What's the second thing? Dirty Money was already thinking about drinking some beer. What's the second thing? Cry. And what happens, Tanya, when you don't cry? What happens when you don't cry? Sweat in the ass to welcome you to a very sinful country. I believe we cry because that's the moment that we enter this sinful world. See, I believe the interpretation in the Bible is that we are not of this world. We are not from this world. We're simply passengers. I don't know what's the word in Spanish, in English. We're just passing through. Passengers, right? They're just passing by. Chancla, Raquel. Yeah. If you don't cry, they will make you cry. That's what this world does. They punish you from day one. Being born is your first punishment. But it's the biggest blessing, isn't it? To be able to be born. As much as I hate it sometimes in life, such a blessing. Billions of children have not been born. They haven't even got that privilege. So I tell all of this because it is very evident. Whether you believe my discernment or not is irrelevant. The main point that you should take out from this conversation right now is that Iran will not give up, because Iran is fighting a religious war. If they give up, they will have acknowledged that the Christian God, the God of Israel, and I'll say it again, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, is the one and only true God. And all of their lies will be exposed to the world. All those terrorist Muslims that died for 72 virgins in heaven, they're in hell. And I am sure that's not the virgins they want. Let me tell you that right now. I am very, very grateful, Alec, to be an American citizen. It's a privilege to be an American citizen. Now, with that being said, we'll come back to Iran. We'll come back to Iran. But I really want to hear what Gavin Newsom said, because it's Trump's fault that gas prices are too high. Let's take a listen. Let's take a little deviation, and then we'll come back.
Prices. California drivers are paying a lot this Memorial Day weekend compared to last year. $6.19. That is the average price for a gallon of regular gas in LA County.
And that's up 27 cents from last month and $1.38 more than May 22nd, 2025. And while drivers fight to find the cheapest gas, Governor Newsom is fighting one of the companies supplying it. He's called for drivers to boycott all Chevron stations, claiming the company is gouging customers. CBS LA political reporter Tom Wade is live in Valley Village, breaking down this blame game. Tom.
Hey there, Pat. Yeah, it's a very expensive holiday weekend for people, especially if you are traveling long distances. So the expert we spoke to tonight says there's two parts to this. One, he says, yes, the oil companies, including Chevron, are making a lot of money off of California drivers. But he also says that Democrats backed down from a very important piece of legislation that is now enabling the companies to do that. Politics at the pump. These signs are posted at Chevron stations across Southern California. It's the latest escalation in the blame game between Sacramento and Big Oil. Newsom on Friday posting on X, Californians, if you're hitting the road this holiday weekend, be sure to avoid Chevron. Newsom doubles down in another post accusing Chevron of selling the same blend of fuel at higher prices.
We know that oil refiners are making a killing off us now. And it's not just the Iran war, it's also the fact that they've been running low on supply in Northern California, and they've been putting their prices up and making bigger profits.
Jamie Court of Consumer Watchdog says if you can, gas up at stations without branding or use a discount retailer.
Chevron is making the most money off all of us, so it's wise advice to go somewhere else if you can. Go to an unbranded station. Their gas is going to be cheaper. I mean, Chevron sells the same gas that they sell at Costco, only Costco sells it for $1 or more or less.
In a statement, Chevron says Chevron works hard to educate Californians about the negative consequences of Sacramento's energy and tax policies. Those adversarial policies have closed nearly 18% of California's refining capacity in less than a year.
It's affecting me in one of two ways.
David Joyner tells us he made some big changes to his holiday weekend road trip plans thanks to sky-high fuel prices.
This Memorial weekend, I plan on going to Vegas for the weekend. But instead of driving, I'm going to be taking my bike.
Experts say while Newsom blasts Big Oil for making big money off Californians, he shares some of the blame.
Newsom had a hand in this too. We were facing these same type of price spikes and profit spikes 2 years ago. and we created some laws to deal with it. And the Newsom administration never wrote the regulations to implement those laws. We had laws to create a price gouging penalty, so we could have taken back the extra profits they're making now. That was never put into place.
I did reach out to the governor's office this evening to get a response to that statement you just heard from Jamie Court. We have not yet heard back, but certainly right now, drivers just kind of experiencing that sticker shock that they've been experiencing now for weeks. Reporting live in Valley Village, I'm Tom Waite, CBS LA.
Tom, thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate you. That's right, guys.
Well, welcome back.
That was ABC. ABC, so that you guys don't think that I'm over here just listening to Fox all the time. Hey, but wait, it gets better. The next segment, hold on, Maria. Doggone it. Not yet. Trust me, I have a way. I have my ways. Now, this is... We just never tire of winning so much. We just can't get tired. How many times have I told people when they come into my channel, remember this. We are telling you the truth. And you're going to wait until it's too late to realize that we've been telling you the truth all along. When we told you that they were raising prices on the gas to make President Trump look bad. See, it raised a sort of a fear on top of the fear that we are going over there to battle. I've said this from the beginning. I said President Trump has lower prices. Democrats keep raising the price. I said President Trump has worked on affordability, but Democrats keep raising property taxes, allowed millions of illegal immigrants to create a higher demand for housing, taking away American jobs. It is what it is. You can say whatever the hell you want. You can't complain. You said there's thousands, hundreds of thousands of jobs that have been lost. You know what you're not paying attention on? You know what you're not paying attention on? That work hasn't slowed down. There's still a bunch of people in nursing, a lot of people in hospitals, not Americans. Because Americans have a social security that they have to report to. But illegal immigrants, they don't need to. One business owner, landscape, can have 5 to 10 illegal immigrants in their company working illegally in this country. There's no Americans filling those positions. There is companies that should be fined tens of thousands of dollars for hiring illegal immigrants in their companies. This is something that is law, and it's not being enforced. It is a problem. Unaffordability has been created 100% under Democrats' watch. Now we got to spend hundreds of billions of dollars to fix that mess. What do you think that's going to do to the economy? But I will say this. Even right now, I can tell you, every American can have free health care if we get rid of illegal immigrants. Every single one of them. I guarantee you, this country's economy is not going to go down. It's going to go up. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Now, many people can hate me because they have made friends with illegal immigrants. I get it. But let me tell you something. Whatever, listen, if you're an illegal immigrant right now, let me tell you something, brother and sister. Let me tell you. I hope that you have saved enough money and not trying to invest into a future here that doesn't belong to you. I hope that you have saved enough money to go back to your country so that you can go ahead and have a nice life there. And if you really, truly want to come back and be here, as soon as you go back home, apply for a green card. Self-deport, it allows you to reapply for entry. Self-deport, go back to your country, apply for a green card immediately, and live out as long as you need to live there. Who knows? Maybe by the time that they call you and say, okay, hey, we have an interview. I need you to go to the embassy of the United States of America in your country. And who knows? Maybe at that time, you'll probably just say, I'm over it. I'm happy here in my country. Let me tell you, I am jealous, not the bad jealous. Jealous, and I guess, I can say a little bit jealous, but I am so happy for them. I have cousins. Maybe next time I go to Honduras, I'll go visit. I'll find them and I'll visit them. I have cousins in Honduras that they have their own house. Might not be a big mansion, but they got their own house. Some of them got coffee farms. Some of them got banana farms. Some of them got ranch, cows, chickens, pigs. Good for them. I'm so happy for them. They're living their life. You know what I'm saying? They've been blessed completely. But I'm going to tell you, I've told family members, don't come here illegally, man. And when they deport you, don't even look at me. I warned you. You can live here as long as you want, but when you get caught, don't blame the government. Don't blame this country or the people but yourself. That's the only people that you get to blame. So again, I don't understand why people don't understand how simple it is to figure out what the hell is wrong with our country. High regulation, high taxes. Why is that a problem? Because the incompetent government that we have doesn't know how to keep a budget. And they have a wasteful agenda. They don't take care of the money because it's not hard for them to get it. They'll just tax it out of you. That's why they don't give a shit about you or your family. They give you some petty welfare so that you can shut the hell up and let them continue with their fraud and scams. That's what they do. It's up to you how you want to live your life. I get it. But you got to make a decision, man. You got to think for yourself. You got to think for your family's future. Green cards can be removed. They can be taken away. Even naturalizing citizenship can be taken away. Facts. All right. Let's get back to Iran. Take a listen to how CNN reports the news on Iran. Let's take a listen.
We conducted self-defense strikes targeting Iranian missile launch sites as well as boats around the Strait of Hormuz. The attacks come as Washington and Tehran continue negotiating and as they may be closer than ever to ending the war. But disputes remain over Iran's nuclear program and the lifting of sanctions. President Trump laying out his plans for destroying Iran's enriched uranium, or nuclear dust, as he often refers to it as saying that it will be either transported to the U.S., dealt with on site, or taken to another acceptable location. I want to go now to CNN's Salma Abdelaziz joining me from London. Salma, you're also closely following the current and ongoing trip of Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Is he offering any insight into where the U.S. and Iran are running into issues right now?
Well, it seems like by the hour, America is either on the precipice of full-blown war with Iran or about to get a peace deal, depending on who you're speaking to and what's just happened that hour. You mentioned the strikes, of course, around the Strait of Hormuz. Those just happened a few hours ago. We do have more information on where those occurred, with CENTCOM saying that they targeted missile launch sites in Iranian boats attempting to place mines. The statement went on to say that the U.S. is working to defend its forces while using restraint. Now, a note here, of course, there is a ceasefire that is in place now. Violations have happened in the past and the ceasefire has carried on. So unclear how this will impact that at this point. But we do now have a statement from Iran's supreme leader. Before I read it out to you, I want to make clear that this is a written statement from the supreme leader, and it could have been written before these strikes occurred. Let me read out that statement to you. The United States not only will no longer have a safe haven for its mischief and for establishing military bases in the region, but day by day it is growing more distant from its former status. Again, an indication there of the type of military actions that Iran has taken in the region, striking at military bases, of course, in neighboring countries across the Gulf. It seems a hardening of position. But you mentioned, of course, those talks with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Those concluded in Qatar a short time ago, with the Secretary of State saying, look, it's a matter of wording, a matter of a few sentences that we're negotiating over now. But if you ask Iranian negotiators, they seem to indicate that the United States and Iran are still very far from a deal. The key issue, of course, is enriched uranium. As you mentioned, that no dust, no dollars, a statement that we keep hearing from U.S. officials over the weekend, indicating that 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium that the United States and President Donald Trump, of course, personally wants to see destroyed. Iran, on the other hand, says that a conclusion to the war must be finalized before it speaks about how to handle that enriched uranium. And again, hearing about those strikes around the Strait of Hormuz that just occurred in the last few hours. We're hearing from Iranian state media that there was the sound of at least 3 explosions around the key port, Bandar Abbas port in southern Iran. It says, Iran's government says, and Iran's state media says that air defenses were activated. Again, we do not know if this statement that we've just heard from the Supreme Leader, a written statement that was put out to mark the Hajj pilgrimage, whether that was written beforehand or afterhand. But the key question here will be, will those U.S. strikes affect those negotiations, and how far are they from the deal now that we're seeing those attacks again around the Strait of Hormuz by the U.S. forces?
Iran's Revolutionary Guards claim they have shot down an MQ-9 Reaper drone and opened fire on an F-35 jet and another drone that they say entered
ceasefire, but they're shooting down our drones.
its airspace, presumably somewhere around that region. Iran says it will retaliate over ceasefire violations. Now, overnight, the United States launched new strikes on southern Iran. You can see right here, hitting these sites that the U.S. say were missile targets. The U.S. claims it was in self-defense, and yet Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the two sides could be just days from some kind of an agreement. With us now is CNN Global Affairs commentator.
So, I want you to listen to the way this moron talks. And the reason why I call him that is because listen to the way that he actually talks. And it just happens how the CNN reports their news. They talk about our enemies as if they are almighty and powerful and that they never lie. Let me tell you, I don't think I have heard an acknowledgement from our government that we hit that school in Iran. But let me tell you something. Some little bird said that this terrorist Iranian, the Ayatollah, whatever their name they want to call them, they have taken American technology. They have reversed engineered it and are labeling it American. And then they shoot themselves. I wouldn't put it past them to have launched a missile at their own people, at their own school, and yet they keep trying to make us try to feel guilty about this school of innocent children. But let me tell you something. Everybody wants to hold the United States of America accountable for this school mistake. And nobody on CNN ever says anything about 35 to 45,000 innocent Iranians being killed by this terrorist regime. Not one. Not once have I heard it from them. And they can grab reverse technology, make our own casing at least of missile, and launch it at themselves. 35 to 45,000 people nationally acknowledge that they killed. I wouldn't put it past them to bomb their own schooling system. Don't be hard on the United States of America for that missile attack on the school. I don't trust these motherfuckers. Not one bit. Not one bit. The United States of America has been known and have proven to the world that we have been hitting targets with precision. And here's where I have a problem with President Trump. I believe that this terrorist will never give up. And I believe the only way to stop it is to take them all out. I believe that Trump should be looking for a way to declare war, officially declare war against Iran, and take them out. All those people that want to surround those missiles, all of them, they got to be wiped out. We'll pray for them. We'll pray for God that will have mercy on their souls. We'll pray for all those kids that they indoctrinate to kill themselves. They wrap bombs around these kids. Did you know that? And they sent them out. It's crazy. I think Trump's biggest mistake, and I'm sure he's right, but I think his biggest mistake is that he's not seeking war. Yeah, that's a good one, Dirty Money. Why build a weapons cache 100 feet from a school? Well, very interestingly enough, I still believe that they will shoot their own schools. They've done it before. They seem to put innocent children around bombs, innocent children on military targets. This is their game. They don't care. They don't care who dies. They don't. Only we do. So I disagree with Trump. I think he should be seeking out war right now. Now, with that being said, I still support him 100% on whatever he does. And I can almost guarantee that I am wrong on thinking the way that I think when it comes to seeking war from Congress. But I'm 100% right about this religious war. They're just not going to stop. They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop until we destroy them, completely destroy them. And I can guarantee you that Israel will help the Iranian people stay independent. That's what I say. Now, let's go ahead and continue to this fake-ass report that they're giving.
Sabrina Singh. Sabrina, great to see you here. So we have these U.S. strikes overnight on Iran, and we just learned seconds ago that Iranians claim they shot down a U.S. drone. So where does that leave things as these negotiations continue?
What you're seeing is both sides claiming defensive strikes. They're both protecting their, air assets, defense assets on the ground. And so the U.S. took defensive strikes yesterday. Iran, just this morning, as we're seeing coming in, is also taking defensive measures. Now, the very tentative ceasefire, according to the U.S., is still holding. And even though it is still holding, we're still in the middle of a war. There is a naval blockade that is an act of war. So even though that you have this ceasefire, they're still exchanging fire. So it's now what happens next. And I think that's what's really to watch. What does the president say about this? And what does the supreme leader say now?
And of course, then there's Israel, too, right? Because Benjamin Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister, says that his war against Hezbollah and Lebanon is very much continuing. So what does that do to the negotiations?
And you've seen Israel actually intensify their strikes overnight on Hezbollah in Lebanon. Basically what this administration has done is the house is on fire and they're trying to put it out with a bucket of water. And this is a deal to get a deal. A lot of the issues, the thorniest issues, whether it's nuclear enrichment or ballistic missile capabilities, are being pushed further down the line. And meanwhile, you have Israel still conducting strikes in Lebanon, even though part of this so-called deal was that would stop. So again, it's more about what does this administration do? What is the messaging that comes from Donald Trump today? I think there is not a world in which this administration wants to start back up on kinetic strikes, which is why they keep pushing this ball down the line. But we are where we are, intensifying strikes in Lebanon. And of course, you're seeing an exchange of fire in Iran as well.
The Iranians know what the U.S. wants and doesn't want, presumably, which may be why the United States seems to have, I don't know if budged or moved a little bit on the language on the nuclear talks. This is a statement from the president yesterday. The enriched uranium will either be immediately turned over to the U.S. to be brought home, destroyed, or preferably in conjunction and coordinated, blah, 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 blah. Destroyed in place, right? Destroyed in place or at another acceptable location. This means the uranium stays and the Iranians destroy it there, presumably, but this was sort of a no-go area before.
This is much more lenient language than we've seen from the president than we've ever seen before. At the beginning of this war, February 28th, it was that Iran would never get access to a nuclear weapon, would not be able to keep its enriched uranium. This is signaling a bit of a gray area. And I think that this administration is hedging that they're going to need some type of third party to come in here. I don't think it will be acceptable under any terms that
I want you to tell me what the hell are they talking about? And I want you to look and pay attention how they work so hard at trying to make President Trump look bad. The tweet the text that President Trump sent out, the text message that he tweeted out. Listen how they're trying so hard to make President Trump look like the bad guy or a weak leader. Number one, the whole time that she's been having this little smirk about, President Trump and the ceasefire, this bullshit from this president, is what she really wants to say. Watch this. Watch how they go on this. Trump Truth, they call this little title.
Iran keeps some of its enriched uranium, but we've never seen language like this, and it does lean more towards Iran and its favor.
So, these are the new.
Do you hear that? So what President Trump tweets, she says, it leans more towards Iran's favor. It makes me sick to my stomach of how CNN works for the enemy and is getting, till this day, continues to push anti-American agenda, anti-Trump agenda. It's like the guy can't, damn if you do and damn if you don't. That is how it works. You don't get it. Do you know why? You know why Iran keeps doing that shit? Because of the socialist Democrats. because they're fighting against us. If Congress gave the okay to Trump to war on them, then you have a peace agreement. But as long as they see us fighting each other, they're just going to get ballsier. They're just waiting it out. They're playing the time game. President Trump said he got all the time in the world. Well, he doesn't. That's why I say we should declare war on them. As long as President Trump does not get the support that it needs from Congress, they are going to continue to play this stupid-ass game. And only stupid Americans will believe that they're telling the truth, like CNN believes that Iran is winning, that Iran is the strong, that Iran is the only one telling the truth. How the hell does that plan out? What country do you support? Where do you live?
Nuclear sites inside Iran, the uranium buried presumably underneath some of these facilities right now. When we say destroyed, it's again murky what exactly that means. That means you could degrade the uranium from 60% enrichment to what, like 5 or 10%? But that's still potentially useful down the line.
Right, and that's why the deal to get a deal does not address any of these issues. And you'll remember the Iran deal that was negotiated under the Obama administration, that took almost 2 years to get to. And there were many mechanisms in place to monitor some of these sites. We're not seeing any of that being negotiated out in the public on what does monitoring look like, what actually happens to the enriched uranium. And they haven't even addressed their ballistic missile program, which is one of the capabilities that we know Iran still retains. So even though this administration has said they've destroyed Iran's Navy, destroyed Iran's Air Force, those were never the programs of record that Iran touted. It was always its nuclear and ballistic missile programs, and those still very much remain in the status quo before the war started.
So again, watch what's happening, very much in the air and on the ground, continued strikes, and we'll listen for what they have to say about the negotiations. Sabrina Singh, thank you very much for being here.
President Trump posted this meme shortly after those strikes. Obama's
I do like that meme, I say. Tanya, don't waste your breath on XK. The guy's an idiot. I tried talking to him before. He's just a useless, lost guy. He doesn't have any common sense. But this is true. A pallet full, $600 million. It's how Obama's policy has emboldened the Iranian regime to do what they're doing today. And that's a fact. That is a fact. If Obama would have had the balls, well, let's be honest, Obama was not a Christian. He was a Muslim. I don't give a shit what he says. Pretending to be Christians is how Muslims got into office. Now they don't care. Now they say it openly. I'm a Muslim. You can't hate me. Otherwise, you're a bigot. Shut the hell up. Fuck out of here with your bullshit religion.
Iran policy, he shows piles of cash. Trump's Iran policy, missiles flying. So bringing in now CNN Global Affairs analyst Kim Dozier. Thank you so much for being here. Needless to say, these presidents do have very different approaches to Iran. But I want to start with this attempt to get to an agreement, this attempt in the talks, because we are really hearing from a wild mix of politicians who are upset with the White House. I'm going to give you an example. Here is John Bolton, former national security advisor, giving.
Let me tell you one time, XK. I will not insult you, but let me just tell you. You say Obama's policy had it under control. You're not American. You're not American. If you really believe that, I'm trying not to use a name, but if you really believe that, bro, you are more ignorant than I ever thought you would be. You are beyond ignorant of what I thought. You are so stupid. How can you even say that after they just freaking killed tens of thousands of their own people? Yeah, Obama's deal had it so taken care of. They only had enough enriched uranium to get 11 to 12 nukes. Yeah, that's how he had it under control. Yeah, nobody thought that they had long-range missiles, but they found out, didn't they? Obama, your Obama thing he's taking care of, Obama didn't say that. And yet we saw them using long-range missiles. But Obama was, yeah, he had it under control. Shut the hell up. How stupid are these people, man? How stupid are you? Are you not paying attention? Or you just hate Trump so much that you're so blinded by it? It is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. This is why our country is going through some turmoil. Because we have too many stupid people in our country. And they happen to be maybe Americans. That's how countries get destroyed, by stupid people. Stupid people leading the fight. That's how countries get destroyed. I can tell you that Obama didn't have shit under control. The only thing that Obama had control on was awakening this terrorist group that we had shut down on 9/11. Never forget, we said. But every single socialist Democrat has forgotten. All of you people that support Iran's regime, you're all garbage. You're all garbage. You don't love your country. You don't care about the United States. How can you forget 9/11, bruh? You know, I had to explain to my kids what 9/11 was. Can you believe that? They teach them about slavery. They teach them about LGBTQ and all this bullshit, but they don't teach them about 9/11. They don't teach them about what this terrorist Islam, Muslim pieces of shit infidels did to our country. I don't care to be politically correct. Fuck them. Fuck them all. I am more like this guy that's going to come over here in a little bit.
Straits have to be open. They're going to be open one way or the other. So they need to be open. What's happening there is unlawful. It's illegal. It's unsustainable for the world. It's unacceptable. The president had a very important, I think, historic call just a couple days ago with a number of leaders from the region. I think there's strong alignment and agreement on what a preliminary draft should look like. I think that, like anything with something like this, and it's going to take a couple days to settle on, even down to the disagreements over a word, a sentence. It's either going to be a good deal or there isn't going to be one.
Secretary of State Marco Rubio with the latest on the U.S. strikes on Iranian targets overnight. The U.S. conducted defensive strikes Monday. First, the U.S. sank 2 ships CENTCOM said were laying mines in the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran responded by launching missiles at U.S. planes, prompting a return. The U.S. attacked a missile site in southern Iran. A CENTCOM spokesperson said, quote, U.S. Central Command continues to defend our forces while using restraint during the ongoing ceasefire. President Trump.
Did you hear the way CNN said it? What did CNN say? CNN say, you know, the United States, that President Trump claims that we are at a ceasefire, but the United States is out there bombing Iran. They didn't really focus on Iranian regime having air strike, air missile defense again, did they? They made us look like garbage. And they made the Iranian regime look like the hero. And you see how Fox comes in and it says the Trump administration, the United States, bombed these locations as a defense from Iran shooting at us first. That's a big difference. It's a huge difference.
Trump, meanwhile, earlier on Sunday, said that negotiations were proceeding nicely, proposing that Iran and other Middle Eastern countries join the historic Abraham Accords if a peace deal is made. The president vowed that all enriched uranium would be destroyed. Now Iran is threatening to retaliate once again. It claims the U.S. violated the ceasefire. Joining me now is Fox News senior strategic analyst and chairman of the Institute for the Study of War, General Jack Keane. General, great to see you this morning. Thank you so much for being here. How do you assess this most recent reaction?
This guy right here thinks more the way I think.
From the United States.
Well, that's the appropriate reaction, certainly. I mean, here's the Iranians supposedly sitting down at the table to negotiate removing the controls over the Straits of Hormuz and trying to make a deal so that we're not going to reattack them, an option that I preferred, certainly to finish off Iran and weaken them so that there would be an economic collapse, and hopefully the Iranian people will be able to deal with that. But that's not where we are. Let's deal with where we are. The Iranians once again showing their hands here. I mean, what they were doing is laying mines in a place where they had already laid some mines, and they were thickening that capability to deny that lane to obviously transit capability of the oil tankers. And as soon as that operation began, our guys had enough sense of what was really taking place. We interfered with it. They fired at us, and then we went after the source of where those missiles came from, those SAM missiles came from in the vicinity of Bandar Abbas. The CENTCOM commander has the full authority to react defensively. He doesn't have to ask permission. That's what was done. He had the full support of his chain of command, the Secretary of War and the President of the United States to do that. But I think the lesson here is where are the Iranians? And I think in going forward here, Maria, we've got to be clear-eyed about who we're dealing with. Let's put in the rearview mirror all the other options. We're on a path here to get a negotiated settlement. So how do we get at that and do that as best we possibly can? One, we have to recognize that Iran is going to feel emboldened. They believe they got the United States, the world's #1 superpower, to back down here. And we're going into the negotiation phase. They know they were hurt seriously by the 37 days of military operations, and they were trying to avoid any more of that. So that has been accomplished. And being emboldened, how does that translate? Here's number one. What they will try to do is, certainly the Straits of Hormuz will likely be open, but they want to maintain control over that. They want to have sovereignty over it. They're claiming that Oman and Iran, these are territorial waters, and therefore they have a right to it. They're ignoring that the UAE also borders the Straits. And that's not, there's no legal basis for that. International law recognizes this as international waterways, and we've got to hold to that. They have now said, well, we're not going to charge transit fees. We'll charge protection fees. Protection from what? Protection from Iranian attack? Yeah. Doesn't that sound like an organized crime deal that we used to face in this country? That's what these guys are truly about. So what do we have to do here? We have to make certain, and we have leverage here. Our leverage is the economic blockade. We have to make certain that they make public declarations and written statements in the agreement that they are going to respect and are committed to international trafficking through the Straits, and there's a legal basis for that. And we cannot have them holding a geopolitical influence over the region. The major achievement Iran will see in everything that's taken place since hostilities broke out is the fact that they took control of the Straits of Hormuz, and they believe they will have influence over our Gulf state allies and partners in the region going forward. We didn't take it away from them physically. We have to take it away from them publicly in terms of the deal we make. The second thing they're going to do is string these negotiations out. We've given them 60 days. They'll probably take as much of that as possible. Yes, they'll say we want to make a deal, but at the same time, when you get down to the details, they're going to fight us over those details. They believe that the leverage that the United States has is certainly a real one. We have leverage over their money. They want their frozen assets released. They want sanctions removed. We have got to use that as leverage. The other leverage, we're saying, well, we'll reattack if you don't do that. I think where they are, they don't take it seriously because they'll stretch this thing out. The closer we get to the midterms, they believe less likely the United States would ever attack them. So the real leverage here is money. And we've got to use that money to help get the best deal we possibly can. We can't give in to their negotiations. They're going to want some good faith on our part. Okay, release some billions of dollars to us. I think the Qataris were talking about, because they have control of some frozen assets, some $6 billion. That'd be a mistake. We cannot throw that kind of a lifeline to the regime before we get down to the nitty-gritty of the deal, which is what? Nuclear weapons, support for proxies, and ballistic missiles. And those are the things they're going to try to drag out here as much as they possibly can.
So General,
yes,
I mean,
we still have some leverage points here to use.
You think that we're just going to continue to grind them down and just use the economic power and the economic warfare and the money to continue to weaken them until they just submit?
I don't believe they're going to submit, to be frank, given you posited the question. I think where they're at right now, they know they have serious issues based on the 37-day war that we conducted against them. But the regime is intact. The hardliners are in control. They're all about recovery now. And they want to, I'm sure inside their circles, they haven't changed their goals one bit. They still want to be a nuclear power at some point. They're going to deny they're interested in it. They want to try to recover their ballistic missile programs. Certainly they were doing all of that over the last 6 weeks of the ceasefire. And they were continuing to support the proxies financially over the last 6 weeks. So that they're going to attempt to return to all of that. We got to put together a deal that stops them from doing that. The leverage of reattack, I don't think, is anywhere near as strong as it once was. So what is our leverage then? Initially, what I said over the Straits of Hormuz to get our right answer is the blockade. Then it's also going forward is the financing and the recovery. They can't recover without some additional financing. Once the straits are open, obviously their oil, people are buying it. The Chinese are going to go back to buying 90% of it. That's a revenue source that we can't stop. But the other things that we can, in terms of getting them flush with billions of dollars, we're not going to make the mistake that the Obama administration did. I mean, that's absurd, giving them billions of dollars up front and just sign a good faith. President Trump is not going to make a bad deal here. He's our backstop. So we got to be tough about it. We don't have as strong a leverage, and we got to be honest with ourselves about that. But we still have leverage here, and we've got to use it.
Well, it sounds like the war is very much still on, and if we're not expecting them to submit and to give in here, we just have to keep grinding them down.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. And listen, they are, you talk about an art form, their art of negotiations is solid. I mean, they drag out negotiations. They promise, and then when they get down to the details, they fight us over the details, and they drag out negotiations. And we keep going around in circles. We've been talking about the same issues, as we all know, Maria, for months. And this circular piece we're involved in here is the objective of what the Iranians want to do. They want to drag this thing out as close to the midterms as possible. Look, at the 60 days gets us to where? Late July. And that's about less than 90 days to the midterms then. They believe that the likelihood of any reattack taking place at that point is pretty slim. And they figure the longer they can drag out negotiations, they can wear us down in that negotiation process. However, that is not going to happen. The president's committed to this diplomatic path versus the military path. But at the end of the day, despite the length of the negotiations, he is not He is not going to make a deal that's going to compromise the United States' interest in the region or that of our allies.
I mean, the question that many people keep asking, General, is will President Trump finish the job?
Well, he passed up the opportunity to do it militarily. He's trying to achieve that diplomatically now. He can't do that without cooperation with the Iranians. I think at the end of the day, where the Iranians would like to have this is they negotiate as long as they possibly can, even past the 60, 90 days. And even if they do come to an agreement, they're not going to fulfill that agreement, particularly in the next administration. They'll go back to doing everything that they want to achieve.
Unbelievable. All right, General, great.
You see what I'm saying? I told you, he thinks more like me. And I agree with him. They're just not going to surrender. They're not going to give up. They're going to continue to do that. And the reason why is because they have seen how our government, see, you have to understand something. Law-abiding citizens, good people, we follow the rules and we follow the law. Criminals that don't care about the people the way we do, they're going to cheat. They're going to go ahead and tell you one thing and do another behind your back. They're snakes. Iran, talk about the regime, you guys know this. They see how we have a government that in order for the executive branch to declare actual war, we need Congress on our side to do it. They don't have a Congress like our system does. They can declare war on anybody at any time. There's no actual meetings of peace. There's only meetings of destruction, of oppression, of destroying the enemy. The Iranian regime is not going to give up. It will be devastating for Islam. If my advice can mean anything to you Americans, it's that you have to stand for America. You got to stand for Christian values. We're not trying to destroy the Muslims in here, but if they are trying to take over our law, they can get the hell out. You got to assimilate or get out. It's that simple. Now, I'm going to go ahead and stop right there. We'll probably have some more to argue on a different live, but I really feel like playing the part of the live stream from Memorial Day. So if you want to stick around and honor our vets, again, if you already watched this, if you want to stick around and honor our vets, we are going to go ahead and watch the live from yesterday. Now, I had 3 of them that I was listening to at the same time. I know it's weird. I'm weird like that. There was 3 of them. One of them were actually calling out the names before this, but I don't know what this one has. All I know is from the White House. So we're going to go ahead and play it. Thank you guys for stopping by the channel. I appreciate you stopping by, giving it a like. I know you got things to do. If you are working, you don't have to comment. Just stick around, listen. But we're going to watch the Memorial Day celebration and honoring of our fallen heroes yesterday.
Start! March! Ring is now being placed by the President. Right shoulder! The President has paused for a moment of silence.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, accompanied by the Vice President, the Secretary of War, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Ladies and gentlemen, Chaplain Lieutenant Colonel Kevin Trimble, Deputy Command Chaplain, Joint Task Force National Capital Region, and the U.S. Army Military District of Washington.
In your faith tradition, would you bow with me in a word of prayer? Almighty God, Creator, Sustainer, and Redeemer of all mankind, on this day of remembrance, we gather as one people here in America's cemetery, humbled by the cost of freedom and united in gratitude for those who have given their lives in the last full measure of devotion. We remember the soldiers who stood in the breach when liberty was threatened, the sailors who braved the seas in defense of our peace, the airmen who soared into danger so others might live, and the guardians of our homeland who did not return to their families' embrace. From the fields of Gettysburg to the beaches of Normandy, from the hills of Korea to the jungles of Vietnam, from the sands of the Middle East to the skies above distant lands, their courage has been the shield of our nation. Lord, grant us wisdom to honor their memory, not only with words, but with lives worthy of their sacrifice. May we cherish the freedoms they have preserved, defend the justice they have sought, and extend compassion they carried in their hearts. Comfort the families who still feel the ache of absence. May they know their loved ones are not forgotten, that their names are spoken with reverence, and their legacy lives on in the soul of our nation. As we stand among the markers of the fallen, may we be reminded that liberty is never free. It is fought and paid for in courage, in service, and in love. God, we pray for peace, that one day swords may be beaten into plowshares, and no mother need weep for a child lost to war. Until that day, give us strength to be faithful stewards of the freedom entrusted to us. In your holy name, we remember, we honor, and we render thanksgiving. Amen.
Please remain standing and join the United States Army Band Pershing Zone in the playing of our national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, General Kane.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Secretary Hegseth, members of the President's Cabinet, distinguished guests, veterans, my fellow Joint Chiefs, my fellow Americans, and most importantly, our Gold Star families. Welcome to Arlington National Cemetery, and thank you for being here on this special day. Memorial Day is a day of remembrance, a day of mourning, and a day of celebrating the great American spirit, and most of all, gratitude. gratitude for the men and women who stepped forward without hesitation when their nation called and said simply, "Send me." Today, as we gather on this sacred ground, surrounded by rows and rows of beautiful white headstones, we're reminded as Americans that each marker represents a life cut short, an individual story of American courage, tenacity, and grit. This summer, our nation will mark its 250th anniversary, and 2.5 centuries have passed since a group of patriots declared themselves an independent nation. But words alone were not enough to deliver on this declaration. Gaining independence as a nation required action, and a young group of soldiers, sailors, and Marines went out into the battlefields to fight and secure our independence and set the course for our great nation that we know today. Many of them lie here on this hallowed ground. For 250 years, the men and women of America's armed forces have always been willing to sacrifice for something greater than themselves. The patriots buried here connect the frozen encampments of Valley Forge to the cold forests of Europe, the sands of the Pacific to the mountains of Korea, and the jungles of Vietnam to the deserts of the Middle East. Across the centuries, the character, courage, and commitment of the American warfighter has never wavered, and it never will. It's that same warfighting spirit we recently saw in Operation Epic Fury, and we remember and honor those who made the ultimate sacrifice, adding their names to the story of American heroism. To the Gold Star families here today and those watching across this great nation, we know that for you, Memorial Day is not a single date on a calendar. It's literally every single day. You bear a burden that most of us cannot comprehend, but you do so with a grace and resilience that inspires an entire nation. We cannot replace what you've lost, but we can promise you this: your loved ones' names will never be forgotten. Their names are etched into the stones in this great cemetery, but more importantly, woven into the fabric of the story of our nation. May we always strive to be worthy of their sacrifice, and may we honor them by continuing to fiercely defend the nation they died to protect. We will never forget our fallen and their families, and may we always keep in mind our members of the deployed Joint Force right now and their families. It is now my distinct honor and privilege to introduce the Secretary of War and a combat veteran himself. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Pete Hegseth. Mr. Secretary.
Well, Mr. President, Mr. Vice President, Chairman, thank you. Gold Star families, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us to remember our fallen warriors. From the sacred names of bygone eras to the 13 souls of epic fury. On this sacred occasion for our nation, we take the day for memories of our very best. They now lie in silent rows here at Arlington in more than 170 national cemeteries throughout our nation and across 17 countries around the world. They answered the call when it mattered the most. And they gave the last full measure of devotion so that this great republic of ours might endure. This day began as Decoration Day, when widows and orphans and other mourners placed flowers and ribbons on some 20,000 graves. They were soldiers once, and as they marched off to battle, they sang the lines of the hymn. In the beauty of the lilies, Christ was born across the sea, with a glory in his bosom which transfigures you and me. As he died to make men holy, let us die to make men free while God is marching on. The mourners of that first Decoration Day knew what we know on this Memorial Day, that these graves are more than names and dates with a dash in between. Each grave marker is a story. The young American on the battlefield away from home, he stayed in contact with loved ones by writing letters. In World War II, they called it victory mail. GIs wrote of coming home and watching sunsets again, of having a cigarette and a beer with their buddies, going to football games and on dates, loving their wives, seeing their children grow tall and great. Different wars, still the same letters today. Those we remember today will never get those sunsets. They'll never get those dates. They'll never get to raise their children. Instead, they were delivered from the battlefields into the arms of a loving Lord and Savior. Their families and their buddies greeting them home with a folded triangle of stars and the piercing sound of a soul bugle playing taps. Picnics, barbecues, and time at the beach, those things are wonderful aspects of Memorial Day weekend, and we should enjoy them for the fallen. They would want it that way. But this solemn day, we must remember that our republic was forged and purchased with blood, American blood. So take pause today and consider the transformation these warriors went through for our nation. Share it with your kids and your grandkids. We must. Ordinary men, when called, can become our heroes. They fought not because they hate what's in front of them, but because they love what's behind them. And so may the ones we remember today live on in every flag that flies. May they live on in every voice of a school child who says the Pledge of Allegiance. May they live in our prayers to Almighty God. Today, with this humble ceremony, we owe at least this, that with every salute, with every ceremony, with every parade, with every prayer, every day and every year, we remember. That by our remembrance, we guard the eternal flame that they lit with the price of their youth. They were Americans from small towns and big cities, and in the words of the Apostle Paul, they stood against the darkness of the world wearing the breastplate of righteousness. They've now gone on to their reward, but we remember them here on this hallowed ground. To them, to those, I say your watch is finished, but the legacy of what you left is eternal. You raced to the breach so that we could walk in freedom and prosperity. May we live lives worthy of their sacrifice and boldly carry forth their fight for freedom, picking up the sword of the Spirit and charging forward daily. May Almighty God bless our warriors, and may Almighty God bless our fallen and those they love. Always remember, and amen. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome special guest Craig Morgan and the United States Army Band performing Soldier.
Ready?
gentlemen, Vice President J.D. Vance.
Thank you all, and Mr. President, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chairman, all of our honored guests, but especially our Gold Star families. I want to say just a few things today because I believe that the most important lesson of Memorial Day is perhaps that all of us owe a debt. That we owe a debt to the people who went overseas and gave their lives that the United States might be prosperous and peaceful and free. That we owe a debt to the people who put on a uniform knowing they might never come back. And indeed, today we pay tribute to those who never came back. I think like a lot of veterans, and we're joined by so many of you, sometimes Memorial Day is the most somber and the most sacred of the days on the American calendar. People will come up to our veterans and say things like Happy Memorial Day, or may you have a blessed Memorial Day. And those of us who served know acutely that today is not for all veterans as much as we love all of our veterans. Today is for those veterans who put on the uniform, who went overseas, and who never came home. When I think about the debt that we owe them, I think about all the things that they gave, which can't be measured in dollars or in the things of this world, but are measured in things like weddings that they never got to attend, children that they never saw grow up, daughters and sons that they never got to hug and kiss again, loved ones, husbands and wives. They traded every moment, from the moment where they gave their lives to the moment where they would ultimately meet their natural end. Every single one of those moments they gave up that the United States might remain the freest and best country in the entire world. What an amazing thing. What an amazing gift. On this Memorial Day, I just ask two things of all of our fellow Americans. The first is that we be the very best version of ourselves in honor of those who gave everything that this nation might be worthy. To all the husbands and fathers, that we be the best husbands and dads that we can. To all the mothers and wives, that they be the best moms and wives that they can. To the sons and daughters, that they be the very best version of themselves. And that second, we always remember that every moment that we're able to enjoy with our loved ones, everything that gives our life and our nation meaning and purpose, was given to us often by total strangers who laid down their lives that this might be the best nation in the history of the world. And finally, to our Gold Star families, I hope you know that I will never forget. I'll never forget your loved ones, that the good life that I have and that my family have is fundamentally because you paid a debt that I can never repay. I'll never forget their smiling faces. I'll never forget their skill and bravery in battle. I'll never forget that all the moments that I'm able to have with my family, they're not able to have with theirs. And most of all, I know from every American across every political persuasion that we love you, we're grateful to you, we're proud of you, and we commit to make the United States of America the very best version of itself, and that is how we honor those who gave their lives to this country. And without further ado, it is my great honor to introduce the 45th and 47th Commander-in-Chief of these United States, President Donald J. Trump. Mr. President.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. What a
Beautiful day, as it turns out. It's just perfect. We'd rather have this than the heat. It's just beautiful. It's always beautiful being here. My 5th time, and it never changes. Vice President Vance, Secretary Hegseth, Chairman Kaine, members of the Cabinet, members of the United States Armed Forces, veterans, and fellow citizens. Today, here at Arlington, a very special place, that how burial grounds, battlefields across the country and around the world, we unite in solemn observance. With reverent hearts, we honor those who fell so that our republic might stand, those who died so that our nation could live, those who gave up their sacred light on earth so that the sublime light of American freedom would shine forever and ever. This Memorial Day, we salute them, we exalt them, and we thank them for all that we have and for all that they gave. They gave everything. God bless our fallen heroes. We're joined today by some of those they left behind, our incredible Gold Star families, incredible people. To every person here and across America who holds tight to the memory of a warrior taken from them, we will never, ever forget the ones you loved. Gold Star family members, please stand. Receive our thanks, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. My honor. Less than 6 weeks from now, our nation will reach a historic milestone, 250 years of majestic American independence. Something. But it's only right that first we remember the immense sacrifice that has been brought to us and this momentous anniversary year. That's what it is. It's a momentous year. Before we hail the founding, we honor the fallen. Before we celebrate the triumph, we pay the tribute. Before we crown the victory, we count the cost. Today, we are reminded that there could be no 4th of July without America's armed forces, and there could be no Independence Day without Memorial Day. We owe our liberty, our self-government, the glories of our history, and our very nation itself to the generations who paid for it with everything they had, the ultimate sacrifice. The first Americans to give their lives in battle fell on April 1775, when 8 patriots were cut down by redcoats. Those guns, they were shot on Lexington Green. They had answered the call to muster against a force 5 times their strength. They said at the time, the greatest in the world, in defense of their cherished rights and their cherished liberty. As the British approached to Massachusetts, militiamen summoned destiny itself, saying, if they mean to have a war, let it begin right here. Talib Harrington was 23 years old when he accompanied his father to the Green that day. Torn apart from each other in the chaos of combat, that American son died trying to fight his way back to his father. He wanted to get back to Dad. Talib's cousin Jonathan was struck down at age 31, shot within the sight of his home, and his young wife and child who awaited his return. Jonathan crawled, bleeding, back to them to die on his own doorstep for a final, terrible but beautiful farewell. His widow and orphan were perhaps the very first Gold Star family in a long, unbroken chain that reaches up through the ages to us right here today. When our founding fathers put the ideas of the Declaration of Independence to paper in Philadelphia, they signed and sealed an oath that had already been written in blood by patriots at Lexington, Concord, and Bunker Hill. Their sacrifice birthed the most incredible and exceptional nation in all of history. And our nation is doing better today than it's ever done before. Right? That's right. The cause of independence exploded from that part of the American soul that will not be tamed, that will never be conquered, that will rather face death than to live as slaves to the arbitrary will of another. This is the unyielding spirit that has always set Americans apart and driven generations of American warriors into battle, their chests beating with the cry that says, "We will govern ourselves. We will control our destiny. We will bow to no one but the righteous God who made us and who gave us our rights and blessed this land of free and the bravest of the brave." 10 days into the legendary Battle of the Bulge in World War II, Lieutenant Colonel Keith Ware led 11 men in a tank against entrenched German positions, the toughest positions anywhere in the world. Half the patrol, including Ware himself, were soon wounded, yet still he killed 5 enemy riflemen, demolished 3 German machine gun nests, forced a 4th to surrender, and captured the hill. For his heroism, he received the Congressional Medal of Honor. Unlike most drafted soldiers, Ware stayed in the Army and rose to the rank of general, a highly respected general. In Vietnam, as commander of the 1st Infantry, the Big Red One, they called it. Yeah. That's very nice. He led from the front, and in 1968, that's where he was shot down, surveying enemy positions for the famous assault on Hill 222. Known as the Fighting General, he's buried here in Arlington, and with us is his grandson and namesake, Staff Sergeant Keith Ware, an Air Force veteran. Keith, where are you, Keith? Where are you, Keith? Hi, Keith. Thank you very much. Great honor. We're also honored to be joined by a man who, like General Ware, is a veteran of the largest battle in U.S. Army history, the Battle of the Bulge. At 15, Harry Miller lied about his age to enlist and was soon fighting to stop the SS Panzer divisions as part of the famed 740th Tank Battalion, the Daredevils they were called, of which he is among the last surviving members at 97 years old. Within 6 months after the battle, Harry's unit lost 42 comrades. He's remembering them today. Sergeant Miller, it is a true honor to have you with us. Sergeant Miller. And he looks great. Thank you. Many of the greatest men of that generation followed along an epic path from World War II to Korea and to Vietnam. Major Charles Kelly was the father of aggressive dust-off helicopter flying that made Army medical evacuation pilots among the most fearless in Vietnam, the greatest helicopter pilots, they say, that ever lived. Like Sergeant Miller, Charles enlisted to serve in World War II at age 15. He was wounded at the Battle of Aachen and went on to fight in Korea. But flying helicopter ambulances in Vietnam is what etched his name into history. Since I have been here, he wrote in 1964, we have evacuated 1,800 casualties. And in the last 3 months, we've flown 242 hours at night. No other unit can match this, and they flew the most dangerous routes probably in the history of warfare. 2 weeks later, under brutal enemy fire, Kelly refused to withdraw until he had loaded the wounded aboard. As he prepared for takeoff, an enemy bullet pierced his heart. Yet Charles Kelly's heroic life-saving style lived on. His comrades and command passed on to Captain Patrick Henry Brady, and 4 years later, Brady piloted 3 damaged helicopters in turn to evacuate an incredible 51 wounded warriors under intense fire like no one has seen up till that point. For this, he received also the Congressional Medal of Honor. General Brady is with us at 89 years old as we salute his fallen mentor, Charles Kelly. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much. Sergeant First Class Matthew McClintock enlisted in the Army in 2006 and became a very special Green Beret. In 2016, he found himself in an hours-long firefight with Afghan terrorists. When a comrade was severely wounded, Matthew wanted to find a landing zone for a medevac rescue. Very dangerous, horrible way to be flying. He was reminded on the dangers, but Matthew replied, "We have to save him. We have to do it." Running out in the face of mortars and rocket-propelled grenades, he went to work, but was soon gravely wounded. He was hit from every possible angle. Matthew fell that day, but the soldier he gave his life to save survived and thrived, and Matthew was awarded the Silver Star. We're deeply honored to be joined by Matthew's mother, Joyce, his widow, Allie, and his precious young son, Declan, here to remember Matthew at his grave in Section 60, 10 years later. So Joyce and Allie and Declan, we salute Sergeant Matthew McClintock as an American hero. Please. Thank you. These are tremendous people. These are brave, brave people. In 2 wars recently, we've lost a total of 13 service members. In Venezuela, which was a complete and total victory, where we're working very closely with the Venezuela government right now. We took that over in 1 day, and we lost no one. In Operation Epic Fury, we lost 13 wonderful souls, wonderful, special people. These incredible men and women gave their lives to ensure that the world's #1 state sponsor of terror will never have a nuclear weapon. Oh, and they won't. They will never have a nuclear weapon. I'm sure you know that. One of them was Major Ariana Savino Lindsay, and we're joined by her great family, Omira, Darren, Zevin, and Wick. Stand up, please. Please. There he is. There he is. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vic. Thank you very much. To all of you, Ariana's selfless gift will not be in vain. Our debt to you is everlasting, and it's always going to end in victory. We're having victories all over the place, more than we've had in many, many decades. Scripture tells us, precious is the sight of the Lord, is the death of his faithful servants. 400,000 souls rest on these grounds, these beautiful grounds, in the sacred soil which is first consecrated in the hours of America's greatest division to be eternal symbol of national unity. It cannot be by chance alone that the very first service member laid to rest here in this place of supreme sacrifice was a Union soldier by the name of Private Christman, Private William Henry Christman of Pennsylvania, who died as 19 years old. He was a great young man, they say. Beside him are more than 18,000 other young men named William, over 20,000 named John, over 13,000 named James, joined over time by Isaac, Elijah, Earls, Hanks, Helens, Juans, Margarets, Marius, Donalds, not too many, and others whose names tell the true story of American greatness, and greatness it is. Here beneath arching trees and white stones so beautiful, these many are made one again, united forever as brothers and sisters in arms and children of our fathers in heaven. From coast to coast, from proud cities to humble towns, and from heartland fields, from every race and religion, they came because they could not bear the thought that the nation they love so much might ask for heroes and hear no answer. But they answered, and they answered very, very loudly at Ticonderoga and San Juan Hill, at Manila Bay and Midway, at Point du Hoc and Busan. The courage of the American warrior has forged a path through every sea and every place that's marked a trail to every corner on the earth. In 250 years, America's heroes have saved more lives, freed more captives, accomplished more good, and spread more hope than any other people at any time in the history of the world. Whole nations, no liberty today. Entire generations, no freedom. Billions and billions of people have been delivered from poverty, tyranny, and oppression because of the sacrifices we honor this day. That's why from Brittany to Sicily, from Panama City to Saipan, from the Netherlands to North Africa to New Zealand, this whole planet is adorned with memorials to America's fallen and to America's greatness. To their courage, carved in marble and engraved in the hearts of all of mankind, we will never forget you. From 1776 to 2026, America has always stood as a great and moral cause. Our warriors are no mere mercenaries. They are guardian angels who stride across the battlefields of history and stand watch over the highest and most beautiful plains the human spirit has ever seen, holding the line between liberty and tyranny, between civilization and barbarism, between good and evil. Wherever the American soldier walks, wherever he fights, wherever he fails, and wherever he falls, he does it for the destiny of a nation like no other. There's never been anybody like you. And for the fate of freedom on this earth, we salute you like nobody has ever been saluted before. By their deaths, those who have gone before us in battle have redeemed the promise of our founding for each future generation. They've not just made the ultimate sacrifice, they've offered the ultimate proof that we Americans do indeed love liberty. We do cherish the self-government given to us by our forefathers. We do believe with all our souls in the mission that God has given to America. And we do intend with all our strength and heart to hold high the torch our heroes handed to us, and we will never, ever let it fall. Thank you very much. You are special, special people. We love you all. God bless the families of the fallen. God bless the men and women who serve. And God bless the United States of America. Thank you very much, everybody.
Of taps and the benediction.
Now receive the benediction. God of all creation, we pray you bless our nation, our leaders, and those who make decisions over us with wisdom, unity, and grace toward all. Now may the God of peace, who provides freedom to gather, equip us and guide us as we leave this place. May we carry the burden of the brave who paid the ultimate sacrifice by honoring their legacy through our pursuit of justice and compassion. In your strong name I pray, amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome back Craig Morgan and the United States Army Band performing Paradise.
God bless the USA. Now, I want to show you guys a clip here. I haven't watched this, but of course, here's a clip from Fox. Can't leave you guys hanging. Let's see. U.S. conducts self-defense strikes against Iran. Let's take a listen to this real quick.
Meantime, the Democrat Party posting on their official Democrat Twitter handle the 13 brave American heroes who have perished, made the ultimate sacrifice so far in Operation Epic Fury, posting it. You see here today. Today, we honor the American heroes who made the ultimate sacrifice in Trump's war with Iran, a political dig, an entire party choosing to use the lives of American heroes for cheap political points.
Yes. It was uncalled for on Memorial Day, especially. And Tammy Duckworth, who's a Democrat from Illinois, called them out on it and said it is incredibly distasteful to use our heroic dead for a political attack on Memorial Day. I'm a Democrat and I condemn this post by the DNC. You know, she served in the Army from 1992 to 2014. She lost both of her legs and injured her right arm fighting for our country, and she thought it was distasteful. Also, one other Democrat called them out too, Democratic Representative Congressman Jason Crow, who served as an Army Ranger, did 3 tours of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan, and said this is the wrong day to politicize.
Well, it was a disgusting post. You know, we didn't do that on Memorial Day when we lost 13 Americans in Afghanistan because the president at the time, Joe Biden, didn't do what he was supposed to do because it wasn't the time or the place to do something like. You can criticize the actions, but to use this day that is solemn and you're supposed to remember the life and legacy of these troops, these heroes, this is just not the time and place to do politics like this. So I appreciate those Democrats calling it out. But again, that is a rot within their party. Those staffers that are probably kids that don't understand this shouldn't be working for the Democratic Party anymore.
And just think of the pain that the families and friends of those 13 service members just recently lost their lives fighting for the freedom of our country, to see their names not being held up on Memorial Day and remembered and honored for the heroes they were, but being used for political scoring political points. The contrast, though, if you guys saw Cheryl Shaw, a Gold Star wife whose husband, Adam Shaw, was killed in 2007 in Bakuba, Iraq, buried in Section 60. She simply couldn't make it to Arlington this year. She's gone several times before. She couldn't make it, so she just posted on Twitter, hey, if you're in Arlington on Memorial Day this weekend, please go by and take a picture of Adam's grave. And you know, didn't expect anything. Guess what? Hundreds turned out and took photos, including former DNI Tulsi Gabbard.
This made me tear up when I learned about this story. How sweet is that?
Yeah.
That's how many people out there do love America. They stopped by to honor her husband, and she wrote this on X. By this afternoon, dozens of Americans from all walks of life had made the walk to Section 60 to visit Staff Sergeant Alan W. Shaw. Veterans, families, complete strangers. People who had never met Alan, who chose to honor him anyway. I don't think people fully understand what moments like this mean to Gold Star families. The fear is never just losing them. It's losing them slowly over time as the world moves on and fewer people remember their name. But today showed me that Alan will never be forgotten. Isn't that sweet?
It's amazing. Yeah. It's the best of America. It's what we see every single day, where you see Americans that put the flags on these memorials.
That gives me hope.
Of course it does. It's the best of us.
There's so much negative news right now and so much hatred, but that's really very, very kind to those people who took the time to go find Section 60 and find his grave.
And also, Tulsi Gabbard, and we're going to show our post in a second.
You know, this is, that's one of the things that Jason Beatrice, who is also a veteran and has his son right now deployed, I believe he's still deployed, was so disgusted by so many people on the left, you know, doing this political stupid stunts during a day which is supposed to be memorable, you know, remembering, you know, the fallen heroes. I've said this before, and and people can call me whatever they want, but, you know, all of our servicemen are out there representing the United States of America. Whether you like it or agree or disagree with it, it doesn't matter. There are our soldiers. They're representing us, the American people. How can they be so disrespectful that way and just use, you know, one day, shut the hell up, one day, and just truly give love and honor to those fallen and to the families left behind without those heroes. Unbelievable. Hey, Jason, how are you, brother? Well, this is not the crime shaft, but there's something going on in Newark, New Jersey. Let's take a listen, see what's going on over there. Before we do, let me say I am so sorry to all of you veterans. I apologize. I know you support my channel, and I love you very much. I'm sorry I didn't put these live streams yesterday on Memorial Day. I was listening to them as I was reorganizing my little home studio here that I have, and a lot of cleanup to do. No excuses. I apologize. I have some personal fights myself, okay? So don't want to go into details, in public, but I got some personal fights that I have to fix and that I'm dealing with right now. But I want to say I love you all very much. I thank you so much for your service. There is no words to describe the appreciation that I have for all American veterans and for those of you who are on my channel who have served in one way or another, whether you had a high rank or a low rank, it doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is that you had the privilege to serve this country, and I'm sure you did it very well. So thank you for the sacrifice. My love, I love you guys so much, and I pray for God to give strength and comfort to all these families who have lost their loved ones while they were serving our country. Thank you so much. And with that being said, let's go ahead and get into this clip. Something's going on over here. New Jersey ICE facility protest ends in chaos, it says. That's just the headlines, but I want to know what this is all about.
Free them all! Free them all! Free them all! The whole world is watching! The whole world is watching you!
We're keeping an eye on the Delaney Hall ICE detention facility in Newark, New Jersey, where that chaotic scene unfolded yesterday, and where we are.
That lady with the Mexican flag. I still don't get it. How long have we had this fight? I still don't get it. What the hell are you wearing the Mexican flag for? Why are you wearing the Mexican flag? Is this in Mexico City or something? I'm sorry. I must have misread the headlines on this report. I thought this was here in the United States of America.
Seeing more signs of unrest today. State Democrats say they're coming back today after they spent their Memorial Day weekend with masked protesters clashing with law enforcement. Hello, everyone. This is Outnumbered. I'm Kaylee McEnany. And joining us today, Alicia Acuna, Fox News senior correspondent, Kaylee McGee-White, Fox News contributor, Kennedy, host of the Kennedy Saves the World podcast, and Tom Shalhoub, Fox Nation host and Fox News contributor. Now, here's a look at the chaos that unfolded outside Delaney Hall today.
Shame on you! Step back! And we should be safe! You're not!
And you know what I hate? Is them telling ICE agents, which is now NICE agents, shame. For what? For what exactly? They are there to enforce the immigration laws that are being broken. I don't understand. I don't understand why do we still have people like this in our country? I just don't understand. Americans, you need to stop this white guilt bullshit. You have to understand your emotions, your little self-righteous emotions, is not going to keep this country safe. You understand? We need to have people in here who are fully vetted, who are going to be here because they love this country, because they're going to stand for this country, because they're going to respect it and make their children love and respect it. This lady over here wearing a Mexican flag tells me that the system has failed us. This is why I am actually happy and glad that people have to leave this country in order to apply for a green card. Now, if you are thinking that your Filipina wife or whatever, a Honduran wife, that you're trying to fix some papers so that you can keep her on here, if you think that you can cheat the system, let me first remind you that there is a stamp in and out on the passport that your woman or man is using. So I suggest that you, if you want to get a green card, that you leave the country as soon as possible so that you can apply for a green card and then go ahead and come back to this country. Once your passport is stamped with a 10-year permanent resident green card status. And then 6 weeks later in the mail, you're going to have your own personal green card in the mail delivered to your house. How's that? Do that to help the system. Now, I warned you, people, if you keep supporting illegal immigration, you're only making it harder for those who are here following the law, for those who have been waiting for years. Interestingly enough, Indians from India have the hardest time, sometimes 10-year waiting period. I wonder why that is. Maybe about a 1.3 or 1.4 billion people trying to come over here to this country might have something to do with it. Well. Thanks to all of those people who supported illegal immigration, now a lot of people are going to pay the price for it. So you can pat yourselves on the back if you stand for illegal immigration. Congratulations. You did it.
I know the best lawyers!
Congresswoman LaMonica McIver, who was charged with assaulting a federal officer during a similar stunt at Delaney Hall last year, was there. She posted yesterday, "I am back at Delaney Hall with members of our New Jersey delegation and Governor Sherrill. I'm talking to advocates and families, inspecting the facility and demanding justice. We've seen the inhumane conditions, heard reports of abuse, and there's one right option: shut down Delaney Hall." Meanwhile, DHS Secretary Markwayne Mullin dismissed the protest as nothing more than a political stunt by New Jersey sanctuary politicians for fundraising clicks. There is no hunger strike at Delaney Hall. New Jersey sanctuary politicians chose to spend their Memorial Day weekend swearing ICE officers. They should be thanking our law enforcement for removing these murderers, pedophiles, rapists, and drug traffickers from their state. And Governor,
can you imagine the kind of Americans that are out there protesting ICE, trying to defend illegal immigrants, and totally and completely ignoring our Memorial Day? To these people, it might mean nothing. But to me, it means a lot. And Don Mitch, I know he was here earlier. I wish. Listen, you know what? God willing, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know how long I can continue to do this show, okay? But I'm going to give it my darnest as far as I can go with it. But I'm going to tell you, if God allows me, I would just love to have some sort of reunion, to be able to grab a bunch of you guys, just a bunch of you guys, and just meet at a park and have a barbecue on Memorial Day, you know, and just enjoy the hot dogs and the burgers and maybe a couple of beers, soda, water, whatever, you want to drink. And I would just love to celebrate in good cheer with every single one of you veterans and those of you who have had families serve in the military, and just together, before we enjoy, before we celebrate, have our own little Memorial Day speech or celebration. You know what I'm saying? Like, honor all the fallen, do our prayer, have some festive music playing, and just enjoy our families with the mentality, or what's the word in English? With the thanksgiving and grateful spirit for what those fallen have given us to celebrate today. We don't celebrate their death. We celebrate their lives. And that's exactly what we do. I wish I was rich, I'll be honest. I wish I was rich so that I can go and host this. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna cry. I wish that I can go and host these free like luncheons and honor our veterans. I'm gonna tell you, it's you guys don't know what I've been through right now, but it's okay. My heart is in the right place, and I trust in God that everything is gonna be good and it's gonna be okay. I just don't know. I'll probably do a live for members only. Okay, or maybe I'll just text a couple of you guys that I really trust with my personal life. We'll see. Who knows? Maybe I won't even say anything. Let's just go ahead and finish this clip. And I just wanna say that for those people who actually can pause one day, they can't stop hating us. Just one day, they can't stop hating the United States. They can't stop fighting for illegal immigrants. They can't stop fighting to defend criminals for just one freaking day. Just one day. Bro, I'm a migrant from a third world country. Why does my heart break for every fallen veteran? Why does my heart break more than for some of those Americans that were born in this country, this ungrateful generation? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Mikey Sherrill and Senator Andy Kim say the whole site should be closed.
Because this type of facility shows exactly why we should not have private mass detention facilities.
They were raising not just concerns about the conditions, but about how they are intentionally not being given access to the courts, that this is a farce of a system.
The only farce is this stunt, Kennedy. And I say that because they're advocating for the rights of prisoners, many of whom who have committed crimes. But where were they 2 years ago when there were reports all across Biden detention facilities, emergency intake facilities, about young immigrant children in these facilities? Let me just pull one up. This is from a migrant child who was at Fort Bliss detention facility. Many times I have been given chicken that was bloody and raw. I remember that during one meal, my friend was given chicken that still had feathers in it, and she had to pull out the feathers. That was a 13-year-old from Honduras. They didn't protest for these kids.
Ew, hantavirus. Yes, and that's why this is stunty and it is selective, and you see the screeching group of protesters there, and they fall into three categories. They are either paid, they are bored, or they are unwell. The shrieking woman who's like, I know the best lawyers. It's like that is every Karen who has called animal control on a barking dog, or called the HOA when your flagpole is too high. And they really aren't trying to achieve better conditions for immigrants. If they were, then this would not be selective. And Mikey Sherrill, the new governor of New Jersey, certainly wouldn't be doing this on Memorial Day. It's okay if they're doing it today. And, these things can all be kind of true at the same time. Like, there may be some questionable conditions, and that may be the purview of some of the people in Congress or the senators from New Jersey, the U.S. senators. But as a political stunt on Memorial Day, Mikey Sherrill has already given herself so many political headwinds. She's making it even more difficult for herself by making her a more contemptible politician. I was there at the Devils game the night Jack Hughes skated for the first time since he won the gold medal for Team USA at the Olympics, and the crowd roundly booed her because there is a large section of the New Jersey electorate that despises her for stunts like this.
And Mikey Sherrill is supposed to be the moderate, Alicia. She's clearly not. And she didn't take any lessons from the election, which was close the border. That was the lesson.
Yeah, and I think it's really important for people to remember that a lot of the people who are in these detention facilities were invited by the Biden administration. come to our borders. They didn't care exactly how they got here. Under the Trump administration, the policy is clear. If you come here illegally, your existence is going to be uncomfortable, if not impossible. And I want to point out an article that the Denver Post had this week, and I thought it was really interesting. The headline, "With no options left, a Venezuelan family living in Colorado walks into ICE custody seeking to go back home." So they follow this mother of 3 boys. Her husband was deported back to Venezuela shortly after she found out that she was pregnant. She tried to do it on her own with some assistance and didn't have any luck. So eventually she said, okay, I don't want my child to be born here. I don't want this child to be a U.S. citizen because it will be harder for me to actually leave. She used the Trump administration fund, the assistance, to get her back. She had about $10,000 or so, was able to go back to Venezuela. And the reporter who did this story checked back with her later once she went back to Venezuela, and she said, I'm good, I'm calm, no regrets. She was glad that she left.
Yeah, fascinating story, and these anecdotes exist. Kaylee, I also want to point out this did happen on Memorial Day, as Kennedy noted. Memorial Day is about our veterans. It's about those who have paid the ultimate sacrifice, those who lost their lives. And there was a beautiful moment. It was on X, and this woman, her name was Cheryl Ann, said she wanted a long shot to have someone go take a picture of her husband's grave at Arlington. She gave the plot number, the grave number. And here's what happened in response. Tulsi Gabbard showed up. It was an honor to visit your husband's grave today on your behalf. So many others did too. This is Memorial Day, not protesting at an ICE facility.
Yeah, the replies in that thread were just incredible to scroll through and see all of the pictures of people who went out of their way to go and visit that gravesite. And her response was so grateful that they would take the time to go do that and to honor her husband in that way. But I don't think that the timing of this was a coincidence. I don't think that it's a coincidence that they decided to do these displays and these riots on Memorial Day, because Memorial Day is a time for coming together in our nation. It's a time where we can actually leave division behind and celebrate the values and the virtues that make America the absolute greatest nation in the entire world. The left is incapable of doing that, though. They only have division. So anytime there's an opportunity for them to foment more division and foment more rage and resentment, that's exactly what they're going to do. And Democratic politicians own this. You know, Mikey Sherrill, she could have gone and spent time with some of the families in New Jersey who lost their loved ones in service to this nation. Instead, she decided to go protest ICE on Memorial Day. She could have just stayed at home and done nothing, actually. That would have been better than doing whatever it was that she decided to do. So they own this, and they're doing it on purpose because they believe they can politically benefit from it. And what does that say about the state of the Democratic Party? That the only way that you think that you can actually win politically is by fueling the absolute worst emotions in human beings. I think that says a lot about the state of the Democratic Party.
Absolutely. And you teed this up perfectly, because if you went over to Minnesota, here's what they were doing. We have Tim Walz here. You can see him here. He's dancing at a George Floyd moment. He also, I would note, he did go to a Memorial Day ceremony, but then he went to this George Floyd Day of Recognition, I guess you would call it. Jacob Frey had a similar post. Division on a day that is about unity.
It's amazing. And, you know, I would add to what Mark Wayne Mullen said. He said that, you know, they're doing this, the agitation, the chaos is all about getting in the press, obviously, and fundraising. I would agree with all that. But, you know, it's also about, sadly, they want people to get hurt. They like when people get hurt. That's why we say there's chaos out there. Why is there chaos? Why are they allowing the chaos to happen? The thing is, they want the chaos. They actually take advantage of people on their own quote unquote side getting hurt, like they did when people lost their lives in the other ICE protests. They actually use this. So that is the real sad thing about it. How about a moment of agreement with someone, I don't know who the leftist was, who said it's time we close these facilities. I agree with you. We should close the facilities after they've done their job. After we get rid of all the illegal aliens, then we won't need these facilities. So people on the right agree with you. Eventually, that's where we...
You know, that's very unfortunate, but people are always going to think that we are just, you know, Trump supporters. While we do support President Trump, we can think for ourselves. Common sense, guys. Common sense. I'm a little emotionally compromised, I guess, because I do love the sacrifice and I appreciate the sacrifice that many Americans have done. And while I say no Muslims have died in our military, not for Iran, only for America. Those I respect. Don't forget that. Even if you're Muslim, you serve this country, you are also a good veteran in my book. And I thank you. Thank you guys for being here with me today. We'll see you on the next one. Thank you, members. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for your love and support. I appreciate you always. Thank you. Thank you.